I don't know if you know this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Hope you had a good weekend. Come on in, come on in. Hit the like button. Hit the like button early on. Hope y'all had a great weekend. Let me know what's in your cup. We, of course, got the coffee. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Y'all ready for the trial? Let's jump on in. Let me know when you guys, where you guys are tapping in from, what you have in your cup. Hope y'all all had an excellent weekend. As we log in, going straight to the trial because I know that's what y'all want. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Let me know how it went. I'm pulling up the trial right now and we will join in on this fantastic Monday. So it's been a heck of a weekend. It looks like Lil D got arrested. So I'm just going to start us off. And then once we get into a break, I'll give you guys an update. But it looks like they're on a break right now. So look, shout out to us in TiVo time. Let's go. Let me share it.
Correspondents to do an in-camera review. Is that ready? Okay, so that was supposed to be to me first thing this morning because I need to actually do the in-camera reviews. When is it going to be? Obviously, I'm not going to be looking at it before lunchtime, but
I think we can have it all seen by lunchtime, and my understanding is that we want to begin with the witnesses and that the things that were told to be available today would be available today. That means it would be today.
I specifically said first thing this morning. So I need it by the time we break for lunch because I'm planning to start looking at it at lunch. Okay, what else are you going to have to me? Okay.
The response to the brief that Ms. Bossy presented regarding the Trinidad. I believe that we were also working on narrowing down.
So while love scrambles and scrapes, real quick, I just wanted to shout out our stream sponsor. We're 3 minutes in. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. If y'all could put Full Drinking and Half Thinking in the chat, that would be fantastic. Hits me with $100 super chat. Thank you so much, brothers. This is a YouTuber themselves. This is a channel, a collection of folks, and they are supporting another content creator. Full Drinking and Half Thinking not only hit me up with the $100 super chat, he also gifted y'all 20 memberships that might come in handy soon because you know what you need to do for me. It's Monday morning. Can I get a like? Can y'all hit the like button for me? That would be fantastic. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. If you received one of these special memberships from them, please say thank you. Full Drinking, Half Thinking, you guys already know you have a special place in my heart and as part of the Team AV family. I saw you guys in the Kevin Samuels chat on Friday, so it was good to see y'all there. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. And again, let me know how the sound is, guys. We're looking at Law and Crime here. It seems fine. We have the Globe suit is back, so shout out to Miss Love and the Globe suit. But what you are watching is first thing Monday morning, she owed the judge a few things. And the judge is like, where's all that stuff at? Where is it? Tell me, Miss Love, where is it?
Okay. All right. Any time today is fine for the rest of them, but I had specifically said first thing for the in camera. So I need that by the time we break noon, basically. Mr. Steele, I got your, I guess, motions in limine on some of the evidence that y'all reviewed on Friday. And I don't know whether y'all try to narrow it down or not, and that's what we need to litigate still. Is that what that is?
That's what and when I say we, it's
The defense.
yes,
Yeah.
Your Honor. We believe that needs to be excluded.
Okay.
That's correct. If the state, upon looking at that, says they agree with it, then obviously we don't have to take the court's time. But that we tried to, go through
Okay, but it hasn't been
vetted.
presented to the state for potential agreement. Okay, so I'll let y'all do that. And then next time we have a non-jury day, whatever is left, we'll take up. Good morning. All right, I had another matter that we were supposed to be starting at 8:45. I'm not sure why we didn't get started until 9. But I'm not going to take the jury's time right now. So just when we break for lunch, I want y'all to come up and I'll apprise everybody of something that I don't think between here and lunch, it's going to matter if y'all don't know. Give me just a second. Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip this for y'all. Got a little
Our
date.
next witness is going to be ready to go. And is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we get the next witness and the jury? Nope. All right, let's have the jury and then.
All right, jury's coming on in on this Monday. We're going to continue on our witness list. They have 9 witnesses prepared. Lil D is a part of that witness list. So we may or may not see him today or tomorrow, but that is an important witness. He was arrested over the weekend.
And so y'all, when we adjourn for the day, the people who are allegedly going to fix for real the sound are coming to work on it. So let's everybody, fingers crossed that we won't have any more sound issues after the end of the day today.
Well, that would be, I know that's a relief for us at home. Shout out to us. But yeah, so Lil D was arrested over the weekend while he was getting treatment or after he was getting treatment at the hospital for a blood disease.
What is it?
Imagine that, you coming out the hospital and they're about to cuff you. It is alleged that they did that because they wanted to make sure that he testifies this week and he doesn't take off and go on the run. So looks like we will be seeing him this week. I hope it's today. If not, then it is likely that he'll go tomorrow. But if they keep going with the quick witnesses, we'll see him. I'm seeing some of you guys saying he got sent back to the hospital. That is terrible. Taking the jury some time to walk in this morning.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see y'all all back again. I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend. Miss Love, y'all can call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state now calls Officer Adrian Pitts to the stand.
All right, Pitts is up.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's through the mic or
Okay.
not. You can try the other one.
Sure thing, I will.
All right, so we got a police officer and we also have a different prosecutor from the state up today. We hardly hear this guy talk.
I did. Absolutely. State and spell your name, first and last name for the court. Officer Adrian Pitts, Adrian Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. Can you hear me quite all right?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to position this like so I can have the use of my hands. Officer, Mr. Pitts, are you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approaching 14 years.
And what is your title?
Police officer.
Okay. Have you received any special distinctions as a police officer during your 14 years?
Tactical field operator.
What do you do in that capacity?
Assist SWAT, barricade gunmen, active shooter situations, stuff like that.
Is that also known as TFO for short?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a tactical field officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Active shooters, barricade gunmen, assistant SWAT, barricade gunmen.
And if you would come just a little bit closer to the mic.
The problem is the mic won't move, so we're gonna try to move that at lunch.
Okay. And this is both of them. Okay.
I'm gonna give you this mic. We've got all right, so that you can face that way.
Okay.
All right. Can you project and see if it works?
Test.
There we go. All right. Are you post-certified, Officer Pitts?
Yes.
And have you been post-certified during the entire duration of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And were you post-certified on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the date of Tuesday, April 28, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall about working that day?
About 4:06 hours that morning, I was dispatched to a person shot.
All right. So now when you say 4:06 hours, what do you mean?
4:06 in the morning.
Okay. All right. You stated that you were dispatched to a person shot call. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you alone or were you accompanied by a partner?
I believe initially I arrived alone, but other units did arrive shortly after I got there.
And when you were dispatched to this call, how did the call come through?
Person shot at 1428 Dale Avenue.
Okay, that was a poor question on my part. Let me ask a different way. Was it over the radio? Was it a phone call? How did you get dispatched?
I was dispatched over the radio.
And when you were dispatched to that person shot call over the radio, was a location given?
Yes.
What was that address?
1428 Adele Avenue, Northwest.
All right. And were you wearing a body cam that day?
No.
Okay, why not?
Body cams had not been issued at that point.
So as he continues, you guys remember the woman that was on the stand last Thursday, the woman that got shot in the ass while she was in bed, right? Prayers to her. This is the officer that responded to the scene of the crime. So it's likely they're going to ask him questions about that. You see how they're starting to shape their narrative a little bit better. So we heard the 911 calls on Thursday. Then we went to the woman herself who was shot. Now we have the officer that is responding to the scene. And ladies, yes, I see you. I see y'all. I see y'all. I see y'all. I mean, you guys are saying that this officer is very good looking. Not gonna deny that, but let's keep going.
You just mentioned the address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. In what county is that address located?
Fulton County.
Are you familiar with that community that that address is situated in?
Yes.
And what can you tell the juror, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about that particular community?
It's a lot of single family homes, older Black families own their properties for years and decades.
Okay. Are you acquainted with that particular area?
Yes.
All right. How are you acquainted with that particular area?
Patrol over there. I was signed to the beat that the shooting took place on. I'm very familiar.
Okay. What zone is that in for Atlanta Police Department purposes?
Zone 1.
Okay. And what beat is that located in?
Beat 104.
Now, can you distinguish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a zone is and then a beat?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones. Every zone has 2 sectors. Each sector has 7 beats, and that's just the area of responsibility that each individual who's assigned to the beat handles.
You can continue. I wasn't interrupted.
That's it.
Okay. All right. With respect to a beat, the particular beat that you were responding to on the day of April 28th, 2015, how long had you worked that beat?
At that point, maybe about 2 or 3 years, but I've been inside that area for a very long time.
The address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, what, if anything, is situated there?
Residents,
Okay. Is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle on the street also was damaged by gunfire.
Where were these shell casings, excuse me, where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located in your life?
The shell casings were
just a brief indulgence.
Oh my gosh, these audio issues.
so the
No, we didn't.
You're scrambling and scraping to figure it out.
I project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction from the court.
I can hear. And if somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear, y'all just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. Been told to be pretty loud around here. All right. So you can continue with the your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
please.
Okay. All right. You described just a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home
Okay.
and inside the driveway of the residence.
All right. When you arrived to the location, was it nighttime or daytime?
It was early morning. Sun was not up. It was night.
What was the weather conditions on that day?
Clear.
Okay. Was there anyone outside preliminarily when you arrived to that location?
Outside in the street, no, not that I remember.
What was the atmosphere like? Was there? Can you describe the atmosphere, if you will, for the jury?
When I arrived, it was very still. You could tell that something had happened. Approached the house, if I remember correctly, the front door was open, but it's like a steel security gate was closed, and there's a gentleman standing in the steel security gate.
Okay. Before I move to what you just said, I want to go back to something you said earlier. You also indicated that there were damage to vehicles that you saw preliminarily when you arrived. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How many vehicles do you recall at this time being affected by the defects?
3.
Okay. Do you recall the make and models of said vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those vehicles were, make and model?
It was a red Infinity. I believe that was in the driveway. It was a blue Dodge Charger. I believe that was also in the driveway, and a blue Chrysler Pacifica parked on the street.
Was the Chrysler in the street?
I believe it was on the street.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure. 10 years ago.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your recollection at this point?
I can go to my report if we have a moment.
Yes, if you would just give me a brief moment. Your Honor, I am going to approach the defense with your permission, of course. All right. With a copy of.
While he does that, friendly reminder to hit the like button on your way in. Let's get that out of the way. Just a few things. We will talk during the break about Woody's arrest warrant. I'm just trying to pull all that stuff up, so during the break we can look at it. I did see the Instagram post myself, so we will be looking at that as well. And somebody dropped a super chat saying that Woody himself mentioned the warrant. I did hear that, and I was, I think it was Saturday night, I was talking to Thugger Daily, and we were going back and forth because somebody had left a comment on my video saying that Woody had got arrested. And I was like, wait, is it Woody and Lil D? But there is an arrest warrant for Woody right now. And then there is Lil D did get arrested on Saturday. Some of y'all are saying that he is back at the hospital, but I'm fact checking that. Just stay patient. We'll get there. We'll get there. But let's go back in and see what this young man is going to ask a police officer.
Not approaching the witness, Your Honor. Take a look at this. I'm going to take this one.
Appreciate
Take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue. All right.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Can you now respond to the question that was posed?
Give me to give it to me one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge? Where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the tag numbers associated with said vehicles?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
Tell me about it, Courtney. I got to revise our video from the weekend at these new updates.
Pacifica was a Georgia plate, Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate, Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Okay.
Red Infinity, it's going to be Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay. All right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles, do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes, the Red Infinity had defects and damage to the front hood in the front windshield. The blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
All right. On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicles?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after you finished with this particular location responding to it?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage to the home located at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest address?
Yes.
All right. Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa, Your Honor. And I am showing the defense, that is, what has been pre-marked as State's 8, Kappa Kappa. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, or with State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa.
You may
All right.
freely approach the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you are now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I've handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay. And is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
It's admitted and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, prior to publishing State's Exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing State's Exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa. And the screen's not working, so I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor above you.
It's working, it just takes a second.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
All right, so this is the woman's house that was on a stand last week.
Can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay. All right. That one's working. Okay. Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in State's Exhibit 5 Capital?
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay, and when you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes.
All right, and when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and I am just going to use this clicker so that it can ease transition. All right, now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 6 Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And I would ask, transition to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 7 Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave, house with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or describe better yet, the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay, I have a pointer. It's working.
This is such an
All right.
awkward prosecutor. He's like really like nerdy and awkward.
I'm so sorry. Okay, when you say driveway, right?
So right about, yeah, right about there where your pointer is.
And when you say in the street, as it relates to the shell casings, are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all right. I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence. Just a brief indulgence. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to State's Exhibit 8 Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not that I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene?
Ladies, he's blocking y'all
About
view.
32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said the last one you stated?
7.62.
7.62. Okay.
No spoilers, Anthony. No spoilers.
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, does a rifle require one or two hands to hold?
Two.
Okay. In your training and experience as one who has fired a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Although he's nerdy, he is a lot more professional than his counterparts. Let's say that.
All right. Senior active, 80 active, you can pull down 8KK for a brief moment. All right. When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, which referenced to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw on the cars or on the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet defects of residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're gonna have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by
Yes.
the bullet, or is part microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was that was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase, John.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects to property before?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to, is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I understand that.
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Famerica brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not
I'm
been.
going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is the course of the active investigation, and this is the effect on the listener. He informs what will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing, Your Honor. All right, I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Famerica on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did it have any value to you when you saw that name?
Famerica at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
Can you lay the foundation?
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions, John. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me, I'm going to object to that testimony, get an answer to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I'd ask that that answer be struck.
Overruled.
Okay. You can continue with your answer if you had any.
That was it.
Okay, all right. And with that particular background in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you described?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. And your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training and background?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation. It's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Clean it up, kid. Clean it up.
Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay. But have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015? Let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Fan America have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicator that you described, language, Fan America,
yes.
what, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
I spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
The victim, Denise Renee Bell.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes.
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male at the
Yes.
front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
He looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes.
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
She was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes. Her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No.
Did you ever ask?
No.
All right. Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Where do you recall where he may have gone?
No. He's gone.
Okay. Do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
The answer is nobody knew anyway. so. Sustained.
Your Honor, may I this one?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this Fan America shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
He's got to clean up
I'm
his.
sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the Fan America shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Yeah, that was a bad question.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Fairly familiar.
All right. And how are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Bankhead, down at Hollywood Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street when it's in operation.
Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night it was open.
Okay, and how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28th, 2015, the early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing directed patrol over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that directed patrol team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial. Maybe about 3 or 4.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
Yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who is, I'll rephrase that question. Actually, we'll discard that question. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Crucial?
Objection relevance.
Very relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get that technology.
So he does not have a microphone. That's why it's hard to hear him. I have turned the stream volume to the max. So we have it up and I put on closed captions for those that wanted that as well. So hopefully he starts using a mic. They also said that audio people are coming to the courtroom at the end of the day today to fix this, but who knows? All right, buddy, you're taking.
It's now coming on the screen, States Exhibit 2 Tango. Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's notification, they were admitted through Officer Quinton Mason.
So this must be Club Crucial.
Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango, and you now see it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
Yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango.
Shout out to Bankhead.
That's Crucial.
All right, do you see the red stripe that you saw on the last exhibit?
No.
Right. Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
Yes.
And were those security gates there in 2015?
No.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Where do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes.
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
No.
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
No.
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit? Or?
Yes.
All right. To your, and based on your training experience, why would marks like that be on the ground?
Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I'd object.
Overruled.
Tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay.
Why is that relevant?
Donut?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
Yes.
I'm showing you the final States Exhibit that will be published from this category of States Exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in States Exhibit 6 Tango?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay. And what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele? About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to not only Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Adele Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial sits in?
Crucial.
Overruled.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Thank you, Danielle. That's confirmed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to when the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 Adele. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s, late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside of the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? Would you have included that in your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right, I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back up at the new concepts.
Chi-Town, thank you. Y'all just received a membership from Chi-Town. Please say thank you. Very, very sweet. Thank you for growing the community. Variant, that's exactly what's happening right now. She's scrambling and scraping to get that done by noon. And yes, guys, during the next break, we'll talk about Woody, we'll talk about Lil D, but I think we're about to see what happens with Lil D. There's some tea on Quindarrius Zachary being related to one of the detectives. This case is a nightmare. But you can't make it up. Every day something happens. Every single day. All right, do you remember now?
Okay. I'm going to ask you a different question that I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No,
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn if there was anyone else did you see anyone else in the home while you were there?
yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe?
From the start, when I got there, there was 6.
All right. Okay, so do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
All right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zeranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appeared to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but, I believe, 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that you made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained.
Need to get the wrap it up box out.
Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
The male in the brown Fan America shirt.
Does anyone know where I can buy a wrap it up box? Can I like buy that? That would be oh my God, you got to wrap it up, B. I would love to have a wrap it up box. That would be fantastic. Let me know if y'all know where I could buy one, if they exist.
He was no longer at the location.
Is that, so you, earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home, at that time.
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you...
Another brief interruption. Shout out to DC, who is making it rain memberships in the chat right now. Memberships are raining in the sky because of DC. If y'all get one, please say thank you to DC, sister to this channel, your new stream sponsor, does not have to do this, super generous, at least once a week. She is blessing the chat. There's 4,500 of y'all in the chat right now, and she is making sure that 50 of y'all get memberships. Super, super sweet of her. DC, you already know how much you mean to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And chat, if you received a membership from her, please say thank you as well.
Anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old did she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
talk about your activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
What?
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastered?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when that those older bullet defects were present at when they got there?
Yes. Well, I did premise.
Personal knowledge.
Oh, no, no.
Okay. Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go report, Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact with you?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
It is, in fact, the presence of suppression, and it is also going to be an effect on the listening.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I am saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to a present sense impression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come up to the bench?
Okay, so the prosecution is up there with the judge, working something out. Max is the one that just objected. Yes, we're about to find out what's happening with Lil D. It is going to be a part of today's proceedings. So you will have an update on that shortly. And then we're trying to figure out who's related to another detective. I said it was Quindarrius Zachary. One of you guys corrected me. It's actually Demikion Garlington, one of the defendants in the case. So you cannot make this stuff up. Every day something happens in this case. I'm going to go ahead and skip us ahead because we have a ton of TiVo time. Shout out to TiVo time. Actually might even be able to skip lunch.
All right. I don't know. I think we need to take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate. And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
Sorry, I was muted. That's not good. So it looks like they were just up there for a bench conference because they were looking at, let me show you guys this, an exception to the rule against hearsay. So you guys, we talk about hearsay all the time. There are like 30 exceptions to the rule of hearsay. This is one of them, a present sense impression. Basically what it is it's a statement describing or explaining an event or a condition made or while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. So that's what they were just discussing. I just wanted to show you guys what was going on, but let's get back to the courtroom. And I'm gonna skip him being up there.
did you say 370, Georgia's 757?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And was there a pinpoint site?
In Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he will say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed, nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster my belief or the state's expectation that and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step it back out?
They're arguing with they're arguing for Max's objection. So Max just stood up and objected to him asking the question to the police officer. They all went up to the judge, and while they were up there, I showed you guys 803. What they're trying to do is see if 803 applies. The judge is asking him to tell her if it applies. So to answer your question, Ash, while they are arguing this, the jury stepped out. And right now, I think she's just like, hey, we need to take care of this objection real quick. They're probably going to come back in a second. But there are some arguments that need to happen outside of the presence of the jury before the question can be asked. So the officer had to step out too, but he'll probably be back in a second.
I sort of gave you that instruction as though it was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that. So 370, Georgia 757, and nothing's coming up. Georgia appeals. That makes a difference. Okay, sorry. So do you have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I want to confirm that before I stick that and make it.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the exception. I guess we'll see what he says, but.
He did. He did hear all that.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
when the court has an opportunity, what I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proper of what the witness would say. The Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's the proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous. The witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that they have to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without a proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event and the statement to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out.
So now they're arguing about the amount of time.
Is there any indication in this grant case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
I'm looking.
And when they make arguments, they need to use cases for their argument. And she's looking at the case for
They
it.
have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see that.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
If I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the court services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and call.
Uh-huh.
And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pitts arrived at 4:08.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is?
I
And
can ask-
you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to give a proffer as to what I expect that outside of the court?
No, our position would be bring the witness in. Let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
Okay, officers coming back in. She in a globe, that's Mike. And guys, this prosecutor has always been there. He's usually just sitting at the table behind Hilton and Love.
Ron, you want him on stand for that question?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
All right, he's coming back in.
if he knows.
All right. Officer Pitts, it's a little different. It's not a couple people sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr. Anthony Travis? Was it hours or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Y'all want to ask him anything about that?
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I stay here, Judge, and if I speak to the
You
microphone?
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes.
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
Yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
All right. Thank you. You can step back outside.
It's a great question, Jason. Look at y'all. Y'all know the terms, fruit of the poisonous tree. I'm gonna start this, Jason, and we'll talk about it during the break, but this is admissibility of certain.
My ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes. Thank you.
I see, my esteemed colleague from across the aisle here, I believe that is here as a representative from one of our.
Oh, okay. Here's what's happening with Little D. Listen up, guys.
All right, what's your name?
This is important.
Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but.
Everybody thinks I'm dead.
Okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
No, they can say, that's fine, that's one from the record. I'm representing Mr. Zachary, and I understand he was picked up on a material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's got sick cells bad. When he was picked up, he just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusion. He's in a hospital, or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in Polk County Jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been.
Oh my God. All right. So it's hard to hear him because he's at the podium without a mic. So I will explain it to y'all. Over the weekend, Little D got arrested. Okay. And he is very sick. He has sickle cell and pneumonia, and in addition to. So they arrested him on Saturday night. He was sitting in Rice Street Jail up until 2 a.m. this morning. Now, why was he in jail? Because the state wanted him to testify that bad that they wanted to keep him incarcerated throughout the weekend to make sure that he makes it this week to testify. How cruel is that? So his lawyer is there to see if they can get him out of jail, but this is actually really important. What's happening to him is sickening. Can't believe the state is doing this, but let's see, because Miss Love is already standing up, trying to tell us why this inhumane way of taking a sick person with sickle cell and pneumonia was spending time in Rice Street this weekend, surrounded around nut juice, and that's probably very dangerous for his health. Let's keep going.
He's in our hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
John, he will read.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway,
I'll wait. It's what it is. I'll stay here.
no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Scheib about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference. But I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench. So just don't record this, please. And you're not supposed to.
Sorry, I was muted. So we're going to skip ahead. They did take a long break to discuss this because he is on the witness list, the next 9, right? So we have one in front of us right now. I do believe we have another one coming up today, and there might be 2 or 3 others. But even think about that. If he's on the next 9, then not only was he arrested at the hospital as he was leaving the hospital for treatment for sickle cell, they put him in Rice Street. Now, whether he's out right now or not, the fact is that was still done because they wanted him to testify that bad. Think about that. It's crazy. And I'm going to poll you guys in a second to see if you think that that is humane. Do we want people to testify that much that if they're sick, we're going to throw them in jail over the weekend? Crazy. So, I do want to see that warrant, and I also want to see the other one as well. we're going to give you guys another update on Woody as well, because there is a warrant out for his arrest as well. So crazy Monday, but let's keep going.
Okay, well, did you just find it after I said, is there anything else before we get the jury in? Okay, give it to me really fast.
364 Georgia App 518 Grimes versus the state. It's 2022 case.
So, Ms. Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown.
Sorry?
You called Ms. Brown.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it. What's your name?
Seth Brown. 88 Seth Brown.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown?
Oh,
No, I didn't. I said Mr. Brown. I just slide my words into each other sometimes. So. Okay. Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay. Who's talking about? Are we see?
Well, I'll try to look at it on the fly here. And
What was that pin site, since we can look at it?
Hmm?
That pin site that he provided before?
I don't know. Is there a pin site? Sorry, y'all. I thought we were ready, but of course, after I say bring the jury, we have some more. Oh, wait, here's some more. Thank you.
okay. So Miss Brown just got checked by the judge. I mean, I think I did hear her say Mrs. Brown. So the gentleman that is on the left-hand side of the screen, you guys have been asking about him all morning. He is a part of the prosecution team. His name is Attorney ADA Brown. Apparently, when they just came back, the judge called him Miss Brown, and he's like, no, like, you called me Miss, and I'm a Mister. So that was interesting. Little fun joke there, but let's keep going. And she's like, no, I didn't say it. I think we heard you say it. I think.
Had a chance to take a look, to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Is he in Cali right now? There's a warrant out for his arrest, so he should probably come back. Let me see if I can skip ahead here. Looks like there's a little bit of silence. A lot of silence. This officer is still on the stand. Here we go.
Your Honor, the state's position hasn't changed much. This doesn't seem to impact where the state stood as it relates to the last break. Additionally, I'll just say, Judge, while contemporaneity is understood to be, in fact, a part of the analysis, a reference to a citation from Carlson's Rules on Evidence further advises that precise contemporaneity, though it's not required.
We know that already, so that doesn't shed any additional light on the subject. All right, why don't you just ask the leading questions and focusing on what matters with regard to this exception, and I'll see how it comes.
Welcome back, Officer Pitts.
Hello.
All right. All right. Before the break, you indicated that you spoke with an Anthony Travis. Do you recall that statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you spoke with him about?
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was a
This subject matter, not what he said.
The subject matter, without saying what he said.
he witnessed shooting occur.
All right. Did he describe, if at all, if he saw the person who conducted the shooting?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to, from that conversation with Mr. Travis, were you able to make out a description of what the person he saw without saying what he said?
So what I want you to focus on is what would make a difference with regard to this exception. Time and
I'll withdraw that question and ask a different one. What did he describe that he saw? Hold, 1 second. How long after you arrived to the scene of the incident did you interact with, how long after you arrived to the shooting did you interact with Mr. Travis? How long after?
About 15, 20 minutes.
And did he give you details about what he saw regarding the shooting that took place prior to your arrival?
He did.
And without saying what Mr. Travis said, was Mr. Travis able to describe what the shooter did?
He was, yes.
Okay. All right. Was he able to describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shooting?
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated with?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay, I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory has been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right, so what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise Bell?
January 21st, 1956.
Based on that date, will she have been in her mid to late 20s?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Refreshing my memory, Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis, or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zuranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. The shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier. Did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me, if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
And around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, say pass.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
Max has questions for this witness. Let's see what Max has.
Officer Pitts.
Hello. Good morning.
My name is Max Shard, I represent. There we go. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that individual as a black male,
That's correct.
short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
You won't. Yes,
May I approach with 410 wide and 413 wide?
you may freely approach the witness, yes.
Thank you. Could you look at 410 wide?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of any of those individuals, but do you see an individual wearing, do you see a date on that poster?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I don't know what
I'm sure
it
my
is,
client
so.
doesn't match the description.
Okay, that was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I would ask that we approach, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. Looks like ADA Brown is getting a little flustered there. Max is trying to put a photograph in front of the police officer because think about his questions there. He's just like, hey, you're describing the shooter, or the shooter has been described as a short black male with dreads. So naturally, of course, Max is going to put a picture in front of him and probably try to have him closely identify or something, like they're doing this to have some effect in front of the jury. And maybe because his interest is in the best interest of Shannon Stillwell, it might be like process of elimination. Like, well, my client wasn't wearing that, right? My client doesn't fit that description, right? Something along those lines. That's what I would do if I were Max. But let's see. We do have some TiVo time here, so I'm going to skip ahead and we can get back to Max's cooking.
410Y and 413. Could you look at 410Y? Do you see a gentleman in a plaid maroon and black and white shirt?
Yes.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we had at the bench. I'll ask for a continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No.
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you were referring to in your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
Yes,
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I just publish?
Yeah, you know, she in the middle micromanaging. About to start scribbling over there.
And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Do any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness? All right, does the state have redirect?
Yes.
Mic back on. All right.
Right.
All right. I'll give them just a second. And then you may do your redirect.
All right. So no other defense attorneys have any questions for the witness. So he's going
You asked to publish. I actually thought you were going to publish it electronically because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but it does take a little bit longer.
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy available.
Of this, okay, it's fine.
All right. So Brown's going to try to clean us up or clean up what came out during that brief photograph interaction.
And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
And while we're waiting, huge shout out to Billy with the 50. Billy says he's not a lawyer or a DA, but I swear there's no RICO that there has been presented so far in this trial. I could do a better job than the DAs have done, but that's probably why the judge has to keep directing them in the right direction. LOL. Billy, we've been looking for RICO for weeks. Join us on our hunt. Thank you so much, Billy, for the generous super chat. Totally agree. They really have not proven that there is any substantial evidence of an enterprise here. Just wasting resources. Love is coaching Brown before he gets up for his redirect. He's coaching him hard.
I am now collecting, Your Honor,
All right.
state exhibits for 13 line. I am starting with State's Exhibit 413. And 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
The date says 4.
I want to ask you, can I ask the answer the question? Yes, sir, go ahead.
It's timestamped, yes.
Okay. Do you know that if that was the date that the picture was taken or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's timestamped 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
That was dumb. Who cares?
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun that had a banana clip.
Okay. All right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
No. My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
No.
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as State's Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontavious Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I would, in your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
And what kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
She is
All
romantic.
right, Ms. Chardonnay, recross. All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Well, good thing I had the poll, Anthony. Don't worry, guys. We are a little bit behind, but we'll catch up to current time. I appreciate y'all keeping the spoilers to yourself. Looks like they are currently on their lunch break. So whatever happens,
Can all of the attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please?
come on, state, get it together.
Thank you.
All right, here's the next witness. He is a crime scene expert, I believe. Technician.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department, at the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5
Why does he look like he's about to laugh? Is it just me? He looks like he's about to burst out at laughter. I don't know why.
crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched to the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they're given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
I'm pretty sure the jury knows what crime scene tape is. That was probably the craziest question Brown has asked so far. What is crime scene tape? What the hell? I'm sorry, I couldn't hold that in. I'm like the witness on the stand. I couldn't hold in the laugh.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence you take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up.
Shout out to RICO.
So you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
We're looking for you, RICO. Where you at?
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
You put
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell case?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
guys, I mean, this is interesting because, you know, you're getting behind the scenes kind of a description on how fingerprints are lifted. That's pretty cool. You know, they use super glue apparently and a little bit of dust. But I'm sorry, it is so hard for me to keep it together. Look at his face, guys. Look at his face. I don't know why he looks like that. He literally looks like he's about to laugh. And I don't know if that's just how his face is all the time, but that is, I don't know. I've never seen a person that just looks like this. I don't know. Observation, but let's keep going.
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record.
A record, a report.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one. Photo Lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question, was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Yeah.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
All right. Is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with in 3 marks. What would refresh your recollection?
If I looked over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Shout out to the spectacles. Maybe we can take them a little bit more serious now. The glasses.
Okay, there were 223s and actual 7.62 by 3.9, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 11 Kappa to 138 Kappa.
Right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you've done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done.
So it's like he's asking him questions about how they process the crime scene, things of the like. He's reviewing his own report for accuracy, sort of thing, refreshing his recollection. And yes, he is doing his job, guys, but it's just, the face is just a little odd. That's it. Reasonable observation. That's it. And we do cut up in the chat. We do. We like to have fun here. If anybody gets a little crazy, the mods know what to do. No, ignored it. Petty. Petty Pendergrass. Oh, Bison Bill. I might even put that one on the screen. He's going through the entire report, looking at the numbered pages on the bottom. You can hear him kind of whispering the numbers. It's a long report. You can kind of see the pictures. You know those little yellow placards that they put around on a crime scene? You could see some of those in the pictures. The fact that they're having him go through this novel on the stand is crazy to me, though. And the world turns. Turn the page. Turn it again. And again. Are we getting to the bottom of this pile soon? Yes, Kennedy, there is a warrant out for Woody Arrested right now. This is a book. You cannot make this trial up. You can't. This is where your taxpayer dollars are going, Fulton County, right here. Turn the page. All right, almost there. Are you done? Look at that.
Have you had a chance to review those photos? those exhibits?
Yes, yes.
And, do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that crime?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11 Kappa Kappa, and Crime Scene Turner, you will see it populate on the screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
I know he's not about to show 34 pictures.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime Scene Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
All right. Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residence from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, pause that. Turning now to state's exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to state's exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Since we learned our lesson from last week, I'm skipping this. I'm not trying to get in trouble for nobody's.
The damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of state's exhibit 31 Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, can you see that cursor?
Mm-hmm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you state's exhibit 17 Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes.
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
Because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, okay. Showing now state's exhibit 19 Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, four quarters of it?
Yes, just a different angle.
All right, showing you state's exhibit 23 Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24, Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25, Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There we go.
Yes. That's it.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33, Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infiniti was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36, Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Yeah, they tore this house up with that drive-by.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38, Kappa Kappa. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39, Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking of the vehicle, and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
I'm skipping. I'm not risking it.
Cursor.
Oh, okay. It's not on mine, but
Oh,
yeah, but that'll be 3.
okay, all right. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Kappa?
This one.
And also just a little education bit too. If you look at the bottom right hand of the screen, it says State EX 47KK. When you hear him say Kappa Kappa, he's referring to the letters K and K. So that's what's happening.
Fact.
I'm sorry?
That's just one gunshot.
Okay.
Right
Is this
there.
a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Thank you.
Remember, these are separate photos and they're all, I've actually truncated this considerably, so
Okay, well, get it.
it's not gonna be all.
Let's move through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
Thank you.
States Exhibit 49, Kappa Kappa, is this yet another view over, a different angle of a similar view of the placards?
Yes.
All right. Okay, again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started, with the placards?
Yes.
And that is States Exhibit 51, Kappa Kappa. All right, showing you States Exhibit 53, Kappa Kappa. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 52, Kappa Kappa. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative, waste of
All
time.
right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please, utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure, Judge.
incident.
I am
Beyond
going
that,
to,
move on. Go ahead.
Honestly, I'm like y'all's mama. You know what? I'm having a proud moment of this chat right now because y'all know what 403 means. Shout out to me doing my job and teaching y'all about legal things. And shout out to you guys for actually absorbing it. This is fantastic.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to States Exhibit 67, Kappa Kappa. All right, here we have States Exhibit Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
There was 223s.
All right, showing you States Exhibit 68, Kappa Kappa. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you States Exhibit 69, Kappa Kappa. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 70, Kappa Kappa. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
What does the shell casing's placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you States Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell case?
Yes.
All right. Did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right.
Why don't you just do that?
Your attention to.
Look at how Love's looking at him.
States Exhibit 101, Kappa Kappa. Excuse me. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing States Exhibit 114, Kappa Kappa, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects to be?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they, is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Why would you have taken this photo in states exhibit 102 Kappa Kappa?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Wow. Look at
Showing
that.
you states exhibit 118 Kappa Kappa. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes,
All right, how many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you states exhibit 103 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes,
Where do you see it?
it's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right, is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes,
Showing you states exhibit 108 Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
there's
Gee,
also a defect in the wall near the, I guess that's a horn on the wall.
they lit this house up.
Showing you states exhibit 105 Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes,
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
yes,
Were there defects downstairs?
yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turn your attention to states exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes,
And that is 110 Kappa Kappa. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
that's 3.
I am turning your attention now to states exhibit 113 Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes,
All right. And is that defect where the state's cursor is pointing?
yes,
Showing you states exhibit 122 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you states exhibit 124 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
So guys, I now understand why he's trying to do this. He's trying to show how egregious it is that all of these bullets went through this woman's house. The jury sees it, and the jury's going to remember this because they're going to respond to images and videos, but they're going to remember this. So I understand why he's doing it now. It is likely we're going to get some cross-examination on this witness, but let's keep going.
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now states exhibit 125 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes,
All right, is that defect where the state's cursor is moving?
yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, well, excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes,
Okay, and all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
no.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does ABD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes,
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
yes,
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell kits and evidence. Do you recall that?
yes.
You talked about super glue and
Sorry, guys. I was on mute. Political Maven, I was just answering your question. The woman that was on the stand last week with the wig, this is her house. So this was from the day that she had gotten shot. But let's keep going.
like powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes,
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value to you?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you concluded?
The shell casings was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did you prepare one for this case?
yes,
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
yes,
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown in today?
yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you, it is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes,
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you authored?
yes,
Has it been changed in any way?
no,
Has it, does it accurately, fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you authored it?
yes,
And does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes,
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 10 capital marks.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and what he did, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. And it doesn't, he did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained there. What is the crime scene date listed on that report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was there, present, first responder there?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah, what is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report, and I just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes,
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
that's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
Shout out to Wayo. I think it's Wayno. Wayno. Sorry that happened to you, brother.
At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
It's about time.
Do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Laura.
Apparently something big is about to happen right now. So y'all tune in, pay attention. The jury is leaving. They've taken a break for lunch. They're supposed to come back at 1:30. It is 1:07 right now, so they should be back in about 23 minutes after we watch the debauchery. Okay.
All right, we're going to need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available, or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, I was sending word to have to come over, and she's available to come over.
Okay.
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting the correspondence. She was collecting all of the correspondence she had, and we had it ready to give it to the court now too as well.
Okay.
And, so we can address at lunch as soon as she gets here, everything else. I think there were other matters because I didn't call for permissions to the witness's attorney about.
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
Yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We combined them as Adobe PDFs. Is the court disinclined to receive them electronically?
So y'all gave them to me electronically, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the court.
Well, you say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week
Ooh.
was every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we've done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations, combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to clean that up.
What just happened? Did y'all see the bailiff come up to the camera and say, you got to turn that off? Wow. Interesting. You can't even, we've never gotten this view before. What is going on?
And I would like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome. So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Interesting. Okay, so couple things that could be happening, and I've been monitoring Thugger Dailies. He's the best when it comes to updates. What is happening? So we are still in the dark about what that was all about. But apparently, the judge had received an interesting email from someone, and it has to do with Miss Hilton. And she wants Miss Hilton to come through during the lunch hour so they can talk about it. Now, Miss Love was CC'd on the email that the judge just received. And Miss Hilton, apparently this morning, has been gathering correspondences that she's had with someone. I suspect that it could be about Lil D, because as you guys remember, he was arrested over the weekend. We never heard the decision on it, but he was arrested over the weekend and he is sick. I think he has sickle cell and pneumonia. You guys, we did a poll and 72% of you guys think that that was not okay, right? So he was in Rice Street over the weekend, right? Apparently his family was raising money via GoFundMe to get him an attorney. That attorney showed up at court this morning and was just like, hey, I want him released right away. He is sick. He will die in there. Apparently, he was transferred to the hospital at about 2 a.m. So we're still verifying what's going on with Lil D. But the reason why it's messed up is because we know that the state is forcing people to testify. But this kid is sick. He literally has sickle cell and pneumonia. So a person that has a compromised immune system is now incarcerated or was incarcerated over the weekend. Couple other things I've been waiting to show you guys. There is a rumor that Lil Woody has a warrant out for his arrest as well. I was chatting with Thugger Daily about this over the weekend as well, because I heard about Lil D, but I'm like, hey, do you have any confirmation on what's going on with Woody? Essentially, and one of you guys dropped it in a super chat, so we'll read the super chat, but allegedly Kayla had a live, Lil Woody was on it, and by accident, he had mentioned to Kayla that he had a warrant out for his arrest. Some people are saying that it's traffic related, something around the ATVs, a hit and run. There are so many rumors, but I don't have confirmation on that yet. And you guys know, as a former communications professional, we don't like fake news over here. We want concrete stuff. All right. I did want to show you guys this because Lil Woody over the weekend did post this on his Instagram. And it is a prayer. Are you ready? Bow your heads. Woody says, Father God, we need you now more than ever. I pray that you answer our prayers and free Jeffrey and the co-defendants. The world has seen the treatment our justice system has done to lock us up and forced us to tell untruthful stories. The mistreatment is crazy. Wrong is wrong. We have sympathy for all the victims and their families as kids. Bad choices are made and punishment is acceptable. But this is a very different story. This is corruption. This is madness and very personal. God, you know our heart and mindset. You know our growth. Please touch the wicked and change their heart and release them. 6 men that's fighting for their life every day in that courtroom. They have family that loves them and need them. This isn't about justice. It's about power. And I pray that those who think they have more power than God realize the pain and suffering they are causing as well. I ask for forgiveness every day, and I refuse to sit by and continue to watch us hurt each other. It has to stop at some point. So, Father, in Jesus' name, we pray that you take over this situation and protect us all from these wannabe gods. Hashtag free Jeffrey. So we see that. Then he posted this. He also put this on his story. He says, I'm praying for you, little brother. And that is a photograph of one Lil D, right? And he says, and we call this our justice system. God has the power. I am with you. So a lot is happening on this Monday in the courtroom in the lovely state of Georgia. Lots of tea. And we're gonna see if little D is going to be forced to testify this week with sickle cell and pneumonia. So I suspect that the email chain has something to do with that, because there's all eyes on this case. We have talked about the conditions at the jail at Rice Street. I still need to get LA Pink on here. And then y'all are also telling me that there's more corruption happening with the jail system because the jail is hiring contractors because they don't have enough staff, enough COs in the goddamn jail. So they're contracting people out, then they're hiring contractors, and then the jail, you're going to love this. Check this out. Stick with me. They are not paying their bill. They're not paying the contractors. How in the hell is Fulton County functioning? There is nut juice on these floors. And we just put someone that is at risk health-wise in one of the filthiest jails in America. Yeah. The prosecution team did that. Crazy. So, all these people, all these people sometimes they're like, okay, your channel's biased. Is it? Is it? Because these are facts. Is it? Let me poll you. Is it? Could y'all type in "is it" in the chat with a question mark? Is it? We have fun over here. We cut up, but we're also talking about serious corruption, serious issues, serious social issues, serious issues when it comes to justice. So anyway, that just made me hot. We are definitely not biased over here, chat. But let's see. I think we might have some TiVo time. I'm going to bring us to present day time. They said that they are coming back at 1:30, and that is about 12 minutes. So what we will do is just read our super chats and get caught up. So thank y'all so much for all the support today. Our stream sponsor is Full Drinking and Half Thinking. He started us off strong with the 20 memberships and then blessed your girl with a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Full Drinking and Half Thinking, your stream sponsor that is making sure that we have a forum to discuss these important issues and a place for y'all to learn and have fun. Shout out to Assault Avocado at the 2 says the damn queen is back. Let's go, y'all. We are back. We are back on this lovely Monday. Thank you so much, Assault Avocado. Shout out to Michelle with the 2. She says, shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Look, y'all are super chatting to shout out other people in the chatterhood. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Michelle. Shout out to D with the 2. He says, let the shenanigans begin. I mean, guys, we cannot make this up. Every day, something in this case happens. Every day, something goes down every single day. I don't get it, but it goes down. So thank you so much, D. Shout out to LaShawn with the 20. LaShawn says, what has this state been doing this whole time? Time to stop this ridiculousness. Yeah, they really need to get it together. They really do. Thank you so much, LaShawn. Look at Full Drinking and Half Thinking. I think he had gifted about 30 memberships at this point. He gave you guys 10 more. Thank you so much. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA. Has been a member for a month. Thank you so much, Rockin' Robin in Louisiana, in the Deep South. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your membership. Shout out to Young Dro with the 10. Young Dro is actually who alerted us to this. Dro says, I was just on Kayla's channel. Woody called her and said there was a warrant out on him. She didn't realize that she didn't mute the phone call. She abruptly ended her live. So that's where this is coming from, guys. Apparently there was a phone call where Woody and Kayla were talking, and you can hear Woody say this himself, right? So craziness. But real quick, someone is making it rain in the chat right now. Shout out to the Innocent Bystander channel. This is also a content creator. He gifted you guys 50 AV memberships. Welcome to the community. He's making it bigger. Look at that. Gifting memberships. Shout out to DC who gifted another 50. But the 6,400 of y'all in here. And innocent bystander is gifting membership. So if you receive one, I'm still seeing it rain over here. I'm still seeing it. If you got one, please make sure that you say thank you to Innocent Bystander channel. Great brother to this channel. He's been hanging around in my community for months. So for him to do that it's sweet, very, very nice, very, very thoughtful, does not have to do it, but is showing you guys like that's how much people are invested in this community, this little media company that I'm building. Like how amazing would it be if I had a law and crime? Oh my God, that would be so cool. So that's kind of like my goal in the future. I don't want to just do YouTube to do YouTube. You know, I want to do YouTube to show what's happening in our criminal justice system and to expose it a little bit. But instead of y'all just watching to watch, I want you to learn something at the same time. So if I could take, you know, these $200,000 degrees and do something with it, it is to give back. And Innocent Bystander channel is one of the investors in that effort. So I want to thank him. Also, if one of the moderators, because this is a channel, his name's Mike. He's amazing. Mike in Tennessee. He's an amazing person. Also one of my clients. I've coached him on his YouTube journey. So if we drop the link to his channel, that would be fantastic. When y'all have some time, show some love and check Brother Mike's channel out. Thank you so much. All right, let's go back to the line. At the beginning, I just wanted to shout that out because he is also one of our stream sponsors. So I will be updating the banner in a second. But thank you so much, Innocent Bystander channel. We were around here. Shout out to Tessie, who's been a member for 6 months. Has it been 6 months, Tess? She says, good morning, Chatterhood. Good morning, AV. And guess what, guys? Tessie kind of named the Chatterhood. Like, I remember her saying that. I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool name. She named. The names must be named. She named the Chatterhood. Thank you so much, Tessie. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 5. She says, let's keep AV's likes respectable. You know what? Y'all got my likes looking fantastic. Have you noticed I don't lock people out anymore because you just know. Hit the like button. Helps me. It helps you. It personalizes your YouTube experience by putting this on the first page of your app if you're watching on your phone or on your TV in the morning as soon as we hit the live button. So thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, I wonder, will the state continue their pattern of intimidation and coercion of witnesses? Well, D, that was correct. It happened. As well as yelling and screaming at them while on the stand. I really hope we don't get any screaming from Love today, but one never knows. It's almost inevitable. It's going to happen. So we will see. Thank you so much, D. And you dropped that really early this morning, right around the time that we started. So the shenanigans were just beginning. Shout out to Brandy, who became a member. Welcome, Brandy. You don't love it here? Awesome, awesome community. Welcome. Shout out to Queen Pretty, who became a member. Welcome to the squad. Shout out to Nikki. She gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Nikki. That was very, very sweet of you. Shout out to Navy Blue with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Chi-Town, we caught this one earlier, gifted 10 memberships. Shy's been doing this a lot as well. They, definitely been gifting memberships and consistent with that. And you guys see, like, we're working together to build this thing. So thank you so much, Shy. Shout out to Carlton with the 2, who says, AV, you are stunning. Thank you so much. Sometimes we have some rough days, me and Luna, like she's sometimes has her little attitude issues in the morning. I'll be like, hey, time to go up the stairs. And she'd be like, I'm like, up. And she'll just be like, so I cannot wait to get the I Did These Crimes bandana. That might make me laugh it off a little bit more. I'm like, girl, if you don't get up them stairs, let's go. These are our mornings. We get up and running. So thank you so much, Carlton. Shout out to DC with the 50 memberships. We shouted that out earlier when it happened. So thank you, DC. Shout out to Anthony with the 2, says, love your updates. Season 2 episode question, witness number question. I know we need to start labeling it because we're starting to get to some really, really important witnesses, Lil D being one of them. But think about that. You're going through all this health stuff. They want you to testify so much. And the testimony is going to last hours. Lil Woody's lasted days. Even Moontoon's lasted days. So we're going to put a person that is sick, number 1, in jail. And number 2, you're going to put them through this, like, or at least wait till the pneumonia goes away. Jeez, like we're not even doing that for this kid. So, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, let's say he did some of these crimes. Okay, fine. But like, I do think that we could show people some grace when it comes to their health, you know? So thank you so much, Anthony. Really, really appreciate you. Shout out to Kayleen with the 10. Kayleen says, I feel like this judge is all over the place with her rulings. She appears to me to be very wishy-washy and not confident. Is it me? You know, sometimes she's not paying attention. I caught that earlier. There was a point where she was not paying attention to what an objection was, and she needed to re-listen to the question. So she isn't always on point the way that she needs to be. And we're all humans, we make mistakes, right? But it's really important for her to be attentive when it comes to some of these questions, just to make sure that she's calling the balls and strikes, like she says, the right way. Thank you so much, Kayleen. Appreciate you. Shout out to Jason. This was not a super chat, but I thought it was an interesting concept. And this is what makes me so proud. Y'all know these legal concepts. You're learning them. That's amazing. When y'all were all talking about, oh, this is 403, before Doug called it, I was like, look at the chat objected. It was amazing. Anywho, Jason says, AV, at what point does the family ties or relationships between the defendant and state rise to the level of the fruit of the poisonous tree? Let's talk about the fruit of the poisonous tree. I learned about this in criminal procedure. It's like the second stage of criminal law, right? A lot of times we talk about, you know, a lot of concepts that are centered on constitutional rights for defendants, right? You know, you have you're being read your Miranda warnings. You also have concepts like knock and announce. So the police have to announce themselves. They can't just kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. Can't do that, right? The concepts of arrest warrants and how they're executed, all of those things. Now, fruit of the poisonous tree is really kind of centered on police procedure. But what needs to happen with that is a clean way to gather evidence. Now, in the way that they're gathering evidence, we call that the fruit, right? And then you have the poisonous tree. If there are parts of it that are tainted, it impacts the other pieces of evidence. So in the evidence collection, if one thing is done incorrectly or if there are mistakes made, it could essentially impact the other pieces of evidence that are set to come in as well. So it's a pretty detailed doctrine. I don't have too much time to go into it in a deep way, but it's a little bit different from the concept of, do these people know each other? Are there conflicts of interest? Atlanta's small, guys. It's smaller than a lot of people think. A lot of people know each other, and look at the legal system in Atlanta. How many times do we watch all these different cases and things where we're seeing the same attorneys in the courtroom? You know, attorneys that lead knows are in the courtroom. You know, judges that lead had been in the courtroom as well. It's so much smaller than we think it is. When you have small communities like this, there will be conflicts. And really the big conflict that we're talking about right now, and also just investigating, is the one with Demekion Garlington, who is related, I believe, to Detective Gaither somehow, some way, right? It's either Detective Gaither was dating or married to his aunt or something along those lines. But anyway, conflicts of interest happen. But when they happen, they need to be fleshed out early and on point and before trial starts. So I hope that helps a little bit, Jason, because it's two legal concepts that were kind of like this, you know? So I did want to star that to talk about it later, but thank you so much. I'm just really happy that you knew what fruit of the poisonous tree was. It was good to see that. And they are set to come back at 1:30, guys. So we see a little bit of movement in the courtroom. As soon as they come back in, I will let us listen, but we're waiting for them to start back up any moment now. Thank you so much, Jason, again. Shout out to the Golden Lounge, who's been a member for a month. Golden says, as someone that suffers from sickle cell, I definitely feel his pain. If he doesn't get the proper medical treatment, his condition can turn out worse. And guess what? That would be an amazing lawsuit for his family. It would be, because it's like you're putting someone in danger to get what you want. Is that humane? And that's why today's poll is so important, right? Thank you so much, Golden. And I wish you a speedy recovery. I know that, you know, that could be health. It could be hard with health issues, but know that you've got a community here rooting you on. Shout out to Anthony again with the 5. Anthony says, any corroborating of jail conditions following Woody's testimony? Any corroborating jail conditions following? No, it's being exposed. You know, like I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, the Fulton County jail system went through a full-blown exposure. Like it showed, we learned about nut juice that week. And I think later that day that we watched that testimony where Lil Woody is the one who told us that they call that nut juice, right? And then later that day, it was exposed that 4 corrections officers that were women were sleeping with inmates, sneaking in chicken pot buys, sneaking in phones, doing all types of stuff. And they got arrested. And now they're in the jail. It's crazy. But then we see how the jail commissioner is operating. I don't want to spoil it because LA Pink knows about this way more than I do. And I do need to text her, get that scheduled so she can get on here and tell you guys about what's been happening with this jail system. Her and her husband have been doing really good work for the community and exposing what's been going on with these jail conditions. Going back to your second question, Lil D has cause for habeas corpus, citing inhumane treatment. I think you asked me this last week or the week before, Anthony, so we've been talking about it. I totally forgot what my answer was back then, but that actually might be what's been behind this delay. He might actually have grounds for it, right? So super, super interesting. Thank you so much, Anthony. And here he is again with the 10. He says, hi, AV, Lozano versus the County of Santa Clara. I believe there's another one the court stated detainees are entitled to adequate medical treatment. Not perfect. Can you elaborate? Yes. So what Anthony has done, look at y'all learning. He has pulled a case from California. It's a good site. We put the numbers in there, like attorneys look them up by numbers. When you drop this, I was actually thinking about pulling up the case, but in Westlaw and showing it to you guys. But then we'd have to print it out, break it down, and look for exactly what the purpose of the case is, or what the case stands for, what it proves in the law. But if the case says that, my understanding is that they are entitled to adequate medical treatment. It doesn't have to be perfect, but the jail systems do need to provide inmates with proper medical treatment, right? They do. So if you have a sickle cell patient with pneumonia, which pneumonia is serious. I had it as a kid, I think like once or twice, a couple times, right? Pneumonia is not fun. And if you have a compromised immune system, or a lower immune system, that's dangerous. So when his lawyer stood up and said he could die in there, that's crazy, and thank God for Lil D's family that went and raised the money to get an attorney to get him out, because they know that his health is not the best. So thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Billy, who became a member. Welcome, Billy. Gonna love it here. And then Billy dropped a 5. Then Billy dropped a 50. And we read this when you dropped it, so I'm not going to read it again. But thank you so much, Billy, for your support. Number one, for joining the community, seeing that super chatting is safe, right? And for those that were here last week with the little debacle that we have, now I'm keeping this chat as subscribers only, and our moderators are armed and ready if anything gets crazy. So thank you so much, Billy. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Lady C with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure. Love it, the game. I love it, Lady C. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Allie with the 5. Allie says, can you please remind me who Lil D is? So here's the thing, Allie. There are 2 Lil Ds. One, there is Demekion Garlington, and you have Quindarrius Zachary. So there are 2. They're from different places. One of them was closer to Woody, and Woody used to refer to him as his son. And the other one is down by affiliation, so to speak. Now, with this Lil D, the one that we're referring to many times today is Quindarrius Zachary. That is the sickle cell patient that we're talking about that was detained over the weekend. Okay. Now, the other Lil D, Demekion Garlington, his name is coming up today because of the Detective Gaither relationship. So that's why you've been hearing a lot about both Lil Ds. Thank you so much, Allie, and I hope that clears it up. Shout out to Avi Body Treats, Thomas. Thank you so much. I always want to be cautious to not mess up your names. Thank you so much with the 20. She says, love it here. I'm glad you love it here. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel really good, especially after last week, where worked so hard to be the #1 streamer in America. Yep, we did that, chat. We were #1 last Monday. And then the tail end of the week, something happened that we're not going to talk about anymore. We're not going to talk about it. We've moved on. We're taking a high road, right? But we all work hard to keep this community the way that we like it. I want y'all to joke. I want y'all to have fun, you know? We're going to keep it respectful, of course, but it's fun. It's a great time. It is a great time. So thank you so much. I'm glad you love it here. Shout out to Unrelenting with the 2 says Rico is somewhere throwing a football over a mountain. Where is he? Where? Have y'all seen Rico yet? And me and my editor are having such a great time with these thumbnails. We're like, where's he at? We should put a little person with a question mark on it. When he sent me that thumbnail last week, I was on the floor crying. I was like, this is brilliant. It's so funny. But thank you so much, Unrelenting. Shout out to Chrissy with the 2. Chrissy says, crime scene tech looks like a low-paid actor. I couldn't get over that smirk. I don't know. Like some of you guys were saying, okay, maybe he's just nervous because some people do have like nervous laughter. Maybe that's what he was holding back. I don't know. It was just strange. You don't see that every day. So thank you so much, Chrissy. Shout out to Nene with the 2, our favorite Aussie. Nene says he'd be looking like Danny Glover. Yeah, he looked a little like Danny Glover for sure. And how appropriate too, you know, like with the whole crime scene thing. Shout out to Boss Man Bambino with the 2. He says, where is Rico? We're looking. We're still looking. We're still looking. Look at Billy. Billy's back with the 5. He says they're asking stupid questions because they really have no case and don't know what else to ask. Pretty much. You know, it's interesting because, you know, I think it was 88 Brown, when he was starting to ask some of the cumulative questions, that was a waste of time. But with the pictures, I see what he was doing. He was trying to get the jury to remember how bad that drive-by was. Because it's on my mind. Is it on you guys' mind? Put a 1 in the chat. If you, like, the pictures really impacted the way that drive-by was described. And put a 2 in the chat if it really didn't stick with you. If it stuck with you, put a 1. Put a 2 if it didn't stick with you. I'm seeing some 1s. Few 2s. Chi-Town has a 2. Miss Scorps, the 86 Scorps is a 2. Wow, a lot of 2s coming through now. 2s. Wow, look at that. It's raining 2s. The 2s are dominating. Interesting. Look at y'all. I love these polls because we can get instant feedback. And again, it's 1:38 p.m. on the East Coast. They were supposed to be back from lunch at 1:30. Still saw a little bit of movement in the courtroom, but hopefully we'll get an update on the untelevised part that was to go down that Simone Hilton needed to be there for. So we will see. I think it has to do with Quindarrius Zachary and his health situation. But we will see. That's just my suspicion, not confirmed yet. Shout out to Anthony with the 5. He says Amazon, Black's Law Dictionary, chain of evidence, etc. for the jury, or read it for the record. Another 9 months. Yeah, it'll take everything there takes some time. Shout out to Bonnie. I did see this when it came in with the 2. Bonnie says Woody did a hit and run. Now he got a warrant. Is that what it is? Because I know it was some. It seems to be traffic related. It seems to be traffic related, but we'll keep our ears to the ground today, guys. I'm waiting for confirmation. I do enjoy both chatting with Duggar daily, but also the fact that he actually is very careful with confirming things before he puts it out there. I really do like that about him because it's ethical, you know, dispensing of information. You know, I was talking to someone else last week and we were talking about how, like, you know, a lot of people get their news from the internet now. Like they don't go to news stations, they don't watch the news on TV, things like that. All right, we got Judge Whitaker back on camera. So we'll give them a few minutes. Shout out to Billy with the 5, says Riggs is being like Fanny and dodging a subpoena to testify. Yeah, interesting. Shout out to, thanks again, Billy. Shout out to Trina with the 2. She says, AV, you're doing a great job. Thanks. Thank you, Trina. I really appreciate that. Look at Kim gifting a membership. Thank you, Kim. Hannibal's been hanging out with us for 3 months. He says the best therapy is laughter. Thank you. Make this small since the jury's coming back in. Shout out to TRT with the 5. One of our faves. Corrupt Whitaker is now clearing their courtroom for bench conferences. She doesn't want the public to know about the corruption. That's right. Oh, look, we got a new witness. Who is this guy? Shout out to King Jiggy. Been around for a month. He says this trial is ugh. It's so ugh, Jiggy. Thank you for gifting a membership, Jamar. Very sweet of you.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
Oh, the chair is back.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Right, state your name. Have a seat, state your name loud before court.
All right.
First and last, and spell it.
All right. Officer Hill, Sean, S-E-A-N, last name is Hill, H-I-L-L.
Another police
Good
officer.
afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years,
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into wanted to do law enforcement after I got out of the military.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out and he recruited me to the department.
What did you do in the Marine Corps? Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly review it. We don't,
Yes, Your Honor.
as relevant to his position as a police officer now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask more pertinent question,
All right.
Your Honor, in relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was a communication operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone and do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location for beat 110?
It's off of Don Lee Hollowell Parkway.
How close, or what's the address on Don Lee Hollowell Parkway for that?
Precinct is 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working that night?
Maybe like a couple 100 yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day?
Yes, sir. I was working that day. And my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner or were you working your
No,
single patrol car?
just solo.
Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call and I think a fight call at Crow Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Ballpark, rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in as.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway through your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually when we have incidents that happen at Crucial, they carry over into the neighborhood. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired in the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, or let me ask you this, that night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you were working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1,
Mm-hmm.
they would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes.
Now, what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area, nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that morning?
Because
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
It's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And I wanted to, or let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was...
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment? If you remember.
I don't remember that at the moment. at this moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her, well, the call, her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were. And we was like in the living room area of by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or?
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. Now, Officer Hill, you can do me a favor and flip through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. And when you're done, just look up at me.
So it is likely that they are bringing in a report first. The officer just needs to authenticate it, make sure that it is what it purports to be. We all do, Lottie. We're all curious about the email. It is said that it could be from Lil D's parents. I don't have confirmation of that yet. We see Atkins getting coached by Miss Love from her notebook or her legal pad. He's almost done. And y'all know the drill. They have to, before they can talk about this piece of evidence, the person on the stand has to review it and make sure that it is what it purports to be. Hilton was there during the untelevised lunch part, but she is not in the chair right now. Yeah, that's a great question, Safi. I don't know. I own many of them myself. They're all here in a box. I do have a package that's in white, but yellow seems to be normal. That's right, Alexa. Grady is a hospital in the heart of Atlanta. If you were born there, sometimes you are referred to as a Grady baby. Okay. The die guy before, since they muted it, we have the judge before lunch received an interesting email concerning, I think Miss Hilton was on it, and they did not want to televise it for everyone to see. They instructed that the media not be included in whatever they were discussing. We think that it is in regards to Lil D involved in the poll. He was arrested over the weekend. and has sickle cell and pneumonia. And they had him in jail over the weekend, and he was extremely sick. His family did everything they could to get him out. It seems like he is now at the hospital. Right now, we're on with our next witness. This officer was in the Marine Corps, has been a police officer for some time. It's likely that, we're going to talk about this report. I believe we're talking about a different shooting and not the same one from this morning, but we'll go from there. Yeah, this is the second cop.
sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casing that we recovered from the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate of the photographs and the scene that you responded to on April 28, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence States Exhibits 3 through 64, Lima.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12, Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish States Exhibit 3, Lima first.
All right, what do we got? It's a new piece of evidence.
Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and turning to 4 Lima. Is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima. Or I'll take a step back. You had first mentioned her back porch.
Mhm.
What was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me into the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went through her couch as well.
I'm going to walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill. And
Okay.
this- Publishing 7 Lima. Can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's towards the bottom of the door or a glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima, where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when it made entry through the door or the glass, it went directly to the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm going to publish 9 Lima. Is 9 Lima, is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima. Can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
Quick interruption, y'all. So he's going through kind of like what we did with the last police officer and the last crime scene technician. They're going through photos. They're not displaying it for us to see, but if you can notice on the screens in the back, he's going through that. So with the jury and for the officer to see.
And 11 Lima. Where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
You
Thank you, KT.
direct my mouse, or you tell me, you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
The clicker.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen though.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Miss Battle, I walked outside where her bathroom was at and just cased the area. And that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, once after you looked through Miss Battles and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out.
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did the welfare check, I realized no one was in the home. So we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima Lima. Is this the inside of the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm going to turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that back patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, with what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And do you know what type of, either what that is? Is that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of.
Okay, so this is a little bit hard to follow, but I'll explain. It's because they're not sharing the screen with us. If you look at the TVs in the back, they are sharing the evidence inside of the courtroom. I don't know if this is just an audio or an AV problem, like audio visual, not a me problem. But the team that is showing this is not showing us. That's why it sounds a little strange when he keeps saying Lima Lima. That means the piece of evidence is labeled 51LL, L for Lima. That's why he keeps saying Lima Lima, right? But the issue is it's hard to follow because they're not showing it on our screen. So that's what's going on. Hopefully they fix that soon. I'm just waiting, but we'll get back to it.
This apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did. Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here between in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It's right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, the hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm going to actually go to a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes.
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
Yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes.
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet projectiles or debris in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
They fixed it.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the all white flat shoe.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm gonna move.
All right, now we can
Is
see.
that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recovered a shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. Do you see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mhm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28 as depicted on 60 Lima Lima next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to
I'm actually barefoot right now, spitting fire. What? I'm at home. I'm in a spare bedroom, aka the den. Confessions of the live streamer. I knew somebody was going to say this. I knew it, Struggle Box. I knew it.
Now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Drew Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no, sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
It was between 20 and 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial is crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
So there is an objection. Someone actually had a pretty good question just now, and that question was around time limits. Doug Weinstein has been asking for time limits like every day. I don't know if you guys remember this, but usually around the end of the day, he has been filing motions to put time limits on the state. It is different from civil and criminal, but it also is dependent on the judge. So in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, when Lee and I covered that, yes, each side had a time limit. I don't know if it's necessarily different in different states and different jurisdictions. I don't know if everybody does that. I think it's more appropriate because it helps you plan things out faster. But with something that's this expansive, like a RICO, that is something that you kind of, they're like housekeeping things that you do at the beginning of a case. So that could have been something that Glanville needed to decide and decided not to do it. But as you can see, Doug Weinstein is filing that motion at least once or twice a week. And the judge is starting to be more inclined. She did coach Miss Love to start moving a little bit faster when it comes to her line of questioning. But Atkins and Mr. Brown have actually done a pretty decent job this morning with their questioning. But let's keep going.
Overruled.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close?
It's
Or
close.
not close?
No, it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working in Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights at Club Crucial?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which is the location of Club Crucial. Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club Crucial?
A lot.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
At that time, maybe a few hundred.
Now, should be coming up momentarily, Officer Hill. So we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with the jury.
What a nose blow.
So, Officer Hill, do you see a shell casing in 33 Lima Lima next to placard number 2?
Yes.
And do you know what type of shell casings were on scene?
Not at that moment I did.
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were 9mm shell casings.
Was there any other type of shell casings that you found on scene?
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
That's all right.
casing was.
Going back to placard number 4, which is 35 Lima Lima, where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some underneath vehicles, were they scattered throughout Jew Drive, or were they not?
Yes, they were scattered out throughout the Jew Drive.
Now, when since you've been working in Zone 1, at least in regards to night shift, when you come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m., when do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Towards the end, so anytime after 4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
When we first come on, like around 10 and 12.
And when you got to the scene, roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out at that time?
No.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima, is there another shell casing from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to .43 Lima Lima. In 43 Lima Lima, and while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not?
Yes.
And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles, debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
I'm going to turn back to 62 Lima Lima. Using 62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
To the on the right side of the
I'm
photograph?
sorry, yes, to the right side of the photo.
Like this, is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mhm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific
Yes,
area?
they were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
What's your response?
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before, Your Honor. Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants that apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we've walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and that's where we take all evidence and properties.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, soon as I do my initial report, it'll get assigned to an investigator and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Oh, Atkins, a little slow today. They could. I think, Tanya, this is a different incident because now we're talking about an apartment building instead of Miss Bell's home.
Your Honor, no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
Oh, thank
Do
God.
any of
Land
the,
of plane.
defense counsel have questions for this witness?
And thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Okay.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Anyone else? No questions.
All
All
right.
right, officer, thank you for your time. You're
Next
excused.
witness.
We ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls senior analyst Courtney Daniels to the stand.
All right.
I'm hearing that Courtney works for Verizon, so this might have to do with phone records. Oh, look, Miss Hilton's back. Maybe we'll get an update on what happened before lunch.
Please raise your right hand. You swear further testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. State spell the first and last name for the court. Slide into the mic, please.
Courtney Daniels, Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of records, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're the custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content,
You can tell that this is an experienced expert witness because one thing that she's doing that not even some of the police officers did is she's making eye contact with the jury. So it's likely, and I've been wrong about this, it sounds like Simone is going to qualify her as an expert, but just a guess. I could be wrong. Let's keep going.
and internet records that are available.
So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
Right. And you also talked about you keep records with text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where these, which is the brain of the network, where it's located. So that's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay. And what is cell site information?
Cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
The triangulation.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account.
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill, you have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. So you receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you'd like it to be listed as.
So someone could call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to, for your testimony here. Did Verizon Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
Amen. What you got, Simone? Whose phone records you have?
Defense, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 469, 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
That is correct. Penny. She did say. And here they are using it. I wonder if it came from Cell Hawk. Okay, so they're showing these records to the defense team. Shannon Stillwell is standing up. All right, here comes Matthews. I wonder whose cell phone records they have. Let's see if I can skip. Weinstein's up there now. Simone might have some copies that she's sharing. Okay, Simone is approaching the judge now. Okay, so we have records, and is this a listening device? Whenever Law and Crime does that, they zoom in on the seal. That might be a break. And we are live. So while they're figuring out the phone records, I think we can resume where we were with our super chats. Let me see where we were. I think we were around here. Yes. Unrelenting. Shout out to Unrelenting with the 2 says Rico is somewhere throwing a football over a mountain. We can't find him. Shout out to Chrissy with the 2 says crime scene tech looks like a low paid actor. Yes, something was weird about that crime scene tech. Shout out to our favorite Aussie Nene with the 2 says he'd be looking like Danny Glover. That sounds familiar. Yep, I got Boss Man Bambino, got Billy. Billy says they're asking stupid questions because they really have no case and don't know what else to ask. I totally agree. Shout out to Anthony with the 5. Yep, I caught this one. Shout out to Bonnie. We caught this one. Let me see. Where do we leave off? It was right around here, maybe. Jiggy, I remember reading that one. It's probably here. Shout out to Jamar who gifted a membership. Yeah, this is where we left off. Thank you, Jamar. Shout out to Howell who gifted a membership. Thank you, Howell. Really appreciate you. And then we got Innocent Bystander when he dropped the 50. Thank you so much. Shout out to 40 Shorty. He's been a member for a month. Says, we love you, AB. I love you back. Thank you so much, 40 Shorty. Shout out to Billy back again with the 2. Billy says, Little D's family has a lawsuit for the DA's office. Yeah, it's interesting. I really want to know what happened during that bench conference that was untelevised. They didn't say anything about it. I've been checking out my media sources who have not mentioned what has taken place, but I will continue keeping an eye out on the Twitter to see what is going on with that. Shout out to Anthony with the 2 says Mike and 10, the one with orange tie offer to TLA. Yes, this is Mike and 10. Mike and 10 is the Innocent Bystander channel. Shout out to Regina, the godmother. I love that. That's funny. Regina, the godmother, became a YouTube member. Welcome to our squad, Regina. Shout out to JB with the JB202 with the 5 says they are so busy chasing Thug because of Little Woody, but it backfired. And Woody is the main one exposing their corruption. Indeed. Thank you, JB. Welcome, Black Orchard. Shout out to Kitty Cat. Black Orchard says he looks more like Deputy Dog. Thank you so much for the 2. Shout out to Billy Lilly with the 10 says my understanding also is that the other co-founder of YSL had Fanny as his defense attorney. That has been confirmed. That is correct. Thank you so much, Billy. Shout out to Howell with the 5 pounds. Howell says, thank you, AB, for this community. You and your team are amazing and help us break down what is happening in the courtroom. Thank you, Howell. Really appreciate that. Looks like you're across the pond, too. Shout out to the UK. All right. What do you have, Simone? Whose phone records? Shout out to Mina Thinks. Therefore she is. Thank you, Mina.
All right, go ahead.
On the first approach was 6-digit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta. Tell me if you recognize 464 Yankee, Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
And first was 464 Yankee. How do you recognize 464 Yankee?
This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content.
And we said reviewing the content, what content?
The cell phone records, call details, text message content.
And is that the content that would have been sent to the requester after a request was made?
Yes.
Now look at 464 Yankee out. What is 464 Yankee out?
This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record. This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers.
And do those items appear to be the complete item from what you reviewed, what was given to the Atlanta Police Department regarding this request?
Yes.
This time the state by the state exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
They're admitted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 1 Tango Tango.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the contents that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha, does it appear to have been any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha into evidence.
Admitted and potentially subject to the same if we need to deal with that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Senior Analyst Daniels, I want to first start with 464 Yankee. And 464 is specific Yankee Alpha. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, I think I figured out what happened during lunch, y'all. Give it a few.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Alpha, if you can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you can just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that would be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the towers to tell it where.
I want to take a break from the trial and you want me to tell you what happened? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to tell you what happened during the lunch break, since we have been curious. Put a 2 if you're like, hey, resume. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do? Let me know. Let's do a social poll real quick. 1s and 2s. Y'all want the 1s? I see the 1s. Y'all want to know? Okay, here's what happened. And shout out to some of you guys that are getting me information in real time. So let's do this. We're going to go here. There is a Twitter account called the Black Law Student. And this person is a journalist, and from what I hear, a law student. So shout out to the Black Law Student. I last week have just I've seen this account for many weeks now. I think they've reposted some of my stuff, things like that. Last week I became familiar with the account and actually participated in some of their stuff because this account hosts almost like a YSL trial recap. You know, it's a new feature on Twitter where people can go and speak their minds. I was in it last week with Doug Weinstein. Max was listening, and there were a few other people that are just watching the trial, and they just seem to be regular citizens. Now, the Black Law Student, this account hosted that interaction, and I did pop in for a few minutes and, you know, said thank you, you know, thanks for the invite. I requested to speak. They let me speak, so I was there for a few minutes. I saw Mike in Tennessee there as well. Now, so the Black Law Student actually wrote a letter to the judge, which is going to be here. This is the letter. And it was a letter that is from Quindarrius Zachary's sister. Okay. Now here is the letter. I'm going to read it to you guys, but this is what was read during the lunch break when the cameras were off. And we have several sources that were in the courtroom that have confirmed that this letter was read. So I'm going to read it to you guys now. It says, "Dear Judge Whitaker, I'm writing to you with a heavy heart, compelled by the profound concern for my brother, Quindarrius Zachary, who has recently been thrust into a distressing and unbearable situation. I implore you to consider the grave implications of forcing him to testify in this case, given his severe health condition. My brother, who has been battling sickle cell disease with relentless courage, is not in a state to endure the strain of court proceedings, let alone serve as a witness under these circumstances. Sickle cell disease is an unforgiving and debilitating condition. It has ravaged Quindarrius's health and subjected him to excruciating pain and frequent medical cases. On Friday, he was arrested and faced with a material warrant. It became painfully clear how unfit he is to engage in this case. His physical suffering, coupled with the emotional toll of his current predicament, leaves him utterly incapable of participating meaningfully as a witness. Quindarrius has consistently expressed his desire to plead the Fifth Amendment on this matter. His decision should be respected, particularly when weighed against the backdrop of his fragile health. It is not merely a matter of legal rights. It is a question of basic human decency and compassion. The emotional and physical stress inflicted upon him by this forced testimony could exacerbate his condition, causing him further harm to a person already in tremendous pain. I urge you to consider the principle established in case law regarding the protection of witnesses who are unable to testify due to severe health conditions." She cites United States versus Kincaid. And remember, I told you guys about those numbers. This is how us legal people find cases. It's the Seventh Circuit. It's a 2000 case. In that case, the court recognized that a witness's health could exempt them from testifying, particularly when their condition would be significantly aggravated by the participation in the legal process. This is actually a very well-written letter. She says, similarly, I don't know how to pronounce that. This is a Holder case from 1964. The Supreme Court emphasized the importance of protecting individuals from undue stress and potential harm when their health is at risk. The burden of requiring my brother to testify while he's in such a vulnerable state is not only legally questionable, but is also morally indefensible. It is a matter of recognizing the humanity of individuals who are already suffering. To force him into the courtroom would not only be a disservice of justice, but a profound injustice to a person who deserves compassion and understanding. Please, Judge Whitaker, I appeal you to exercise your discretion in this matter with the utmost sensitivity. Allow Quindarrius to remain free from the anguish and the further deterioration of his health that could result from participating in this case. His well-being must take precedence, and it is our hope that you will act with the empathy and fairness that this situation demands. Thank you for your consideration of this urgent and heartfelt plea. I trust that you will make a decision that reflects both the letter and the spirit of justice. Sincerely, Latoria Zachary, Quindarrius Zachary's sister. So there it is, guys. A very well-written letter, and shout out to the Black law student who has helped get this out there. It looks like he's going to have one of those recaps tonight if you're interested and you want to learn a little bit more. But that is what was taking place during the lunch break. I just wanted to make sure you guys are up to speed. Very nice of his sister to stand up for him, and she did write that very well, because this is an issue of humanity. And if the state is literally going to force this kid to testify when he's that sick, it's not a good look at all for the prosecution's office at all. So, I hope their family gets, what they need. Again, huge shout out to the Black law student for getting that out there, for helping the sister. And, definitely prayers up to their family. You would not want to wish this stuff on your on your enemy, your worst enemy, So I hope that they let him go, or at least give him time to deal with his illness. And then maybe later, if the case is going on till March, you got all day. There's no rush. But the way that this is being done when somebody is severely ill is just, it's not okay. It really isn't. Like, I know that there is, there are victims from these crimes, and, some of these people are dead. Look at Nut, there was no sympathy for him. But at the same time, I think that we can handle things with a little bit more care here. Those are my opinions, which are my own. But shout out to the Black law student, and thank you guys for getting that information to us quickly. And there you go. That's what happened during the lunch break. I don't know what the result is. I'm going to keep researching as we go, but let's go back to the court feed.
What to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asks for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site. So this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. The first serving cell face. So that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call. Where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this requester? I'm sorry, what agency?
This was for the done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
It was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what? We can scroll in. What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account.
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept? Sean Hall could be the person, or it could be any name that they chose?
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I want to briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not going to go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published.
Oh, God damn it. Are they showing somebody's phone number? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, guys.
On
I
this,
just
does
that.
it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in one Tango.
I'm not getting caught up for that again. YouTube is very strict about people's privacy. Nobody call that number, please.
I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in one Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay. And going from left to right, if you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. Where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or it's outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. Oh, I just lost where I was. Oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first.
Oh my God.
Slide over to.
I'm skipping that.
And I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
Okay, so it looks like Simone is done with her and doxing everyone and their mama. Oh, Anyway, looks like Brian is up for cross.
We're gonna publish 464. Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to that 2015 request?
Yes,
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
No, I don't.
Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Just one TT, okay? Thank you, Your Honor. Good. No, oh, sure. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit number 1TT?
Sure,
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes,
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, but something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
in so many words.
Can you do me a favor? What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No, I
tell you.
understand. It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column.
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I'm saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns,
Correct. They're all
phone number,
accurate.
duration.
They're
and-
all accurate.
Okay, it's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No, shaking heads, no. Okay, any redirect? All right,
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
It comes from what was sent through the network, through the switch.
Okay, so it's still information, just not right. Okay. Is it,
you may rephrase.
thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible it's not the entire text or parts of the text?
Sounds like it does.
Yeah.
Exchange.
Let me ask a better question. What do you mean by the fact that it would come in what you just said? Sorry.
What I
Simone.
mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is inspired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
All right. That was very quick for Simone.
Ms. Jill, okay. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
There we go. Well
Let's
done.
take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness.
And if you can approach on the bathroom break.
Okay. All right, well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break.
All right, see if we got TiVo time. All right, they are still on their break. So they're on their break right now. We're waiting for them to come back at any moment. What we saw was a cell phone expert from Verizon Wireless dox people by putting phone numbers on national television. However, her job was to look at a piece of data that was provided to the prosecution's office. I did see Demise McMullen's name on there, one of the indicted individuals that lead attorney likes to call Demise instead of Demise. He has a ton of charges in the original indictment, so that's why I recognize that name. However, we saw that a few things came out. Now, I think Brian was skilled in mentioning that one of these columns in that Excel sheet, I think the witness, and this might have been when I stepped away to get some water, that it either was not accurate or she didn't want to verify it or something along those lines. So that was kind of a win. We'll see who they have for the rest of the afternoon, but it looks like there is time for more witnesses and we see some movement in the courtroom. It's 3:06 p.m., so we probably got about 2 hours of courtroom time left. But shout out to Here Comes Drama, because she was trying to fix it. It was just like, Simone, get your words out, girl. What is happening? What is happening? All right, let me bring us back up here. I think we left off at Mina. Thank you so much, Mina, for the super chat. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Appreciate you, Mina. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA, who became a member. Did you become a member twice? I feel like I read something of yours today, but thank you so much, Rockin' Robin LA. Shout out to Sandy with the 99 cents. Thank you, Sandy. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you, Sandy. Looks like we're back. And
yeah, I think a couple of the jurors are gonna come grab their things that they might have left out here, and I'm gonna excuse them for the day. So let's let them do that, and then we'll take the recess, and then we'll reconvene.
Interesting. So they might be leaving for the day. Shout out to Kay with the 2. He says, so apparently Lil D was picked up at the hospital.
Thank y'all. Didn't know that when I sent y'all out for the break.
While we wait, shout out to TRC with the 5. Says Whitaker is getting her own court reporter sick by keeping the AC temp so low. She is.
Thanks. All right, let's take a 10-minute or so recess and then reconvene.
Right. So the jury's going home early. We got a 10-minute break for them. Make sure we are all good with TiVo time. Yeah, we're all current, so we will wait for them to come back. But it looks like they're going to be taking the rest of the day to look at some attorney things. I know that there was a motion filed this morning, so I have that motion. So let's go through our super chats and we can review that motion. It's a joint motion filed by, Brian Steele this morning. So this was filed at 8:24 a.m. and it's a joint motion to exclude evidence. I'll go through that in just a second, but while we were on the break, I will review that with you guys. So let's take a look at what we got. Shout out to TRT. Just read that one. Thank you so much, TRT. Appreciate you. Shout out to Trina, who's been a member for a month, says, love the channel, praying for TLA. Yeah, I got to check on him tonight. Definitely got to check on him, see how he's doing. But thank you so much, Trina. Shout out to Green Eyes with the jokes. Green Eyes dropped $5 and says, AV got a man under the desk putting hot sauce on her toes right now. You know, I did say that I wasn't wearing shoes, and I knew it. I knew there was going to be one. I knew there was going to be somebody that's talking about toes. But, you know, that's Lee's fault because, you know, he hasn't. He mentioned some things about feet here and there like a few years ago, and that just became a running joke on both channels. So thank you so much, Green Eyes. Shout out to Arlene, who became a new member. Welcome, Arlene. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Mina again with the 10. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Mina. Very sweet of you and generous today. Shout out to Penny G with the 2. She says, didn't Fanny say cell tower records are not accurate? She did. So get this, guys. So Fani Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney herself, you guys remember the whole Nathan Wade thing that took place a few months ago. And one of the things that came up is both Nathan and Fani denied having a relationship in the present time, but back in 2015, well, sorry, not 2015. I forget their timeline, but there was a point right before Wade got hired where they were in fact seeing each other. And there was a big question about the timeline on were they seeing each other while he was a special prosecutor? And, you know, they had denied that the relationship continued and that it ended at a certain point, right? In those discussions, Steve Sadow, attorney for Donald Trump, bought in a cell phone records or a cell phone, forensic cell phone. I think he did what Spencer did. He was like an expert. So the expert witness provided an affidavit. And in the affidavit, they used a program called CellHawk. CellHawk is used across the country by many prosecution offices, and many defense teams use CellHawk. They're widely known for the accuracy of their data. So they had Nathan's phone triangulated at Fanny's house at times that they said that the relationship was not taking place. So kind of looks like you're lying. I mean, it kind of looks like you're lying. So, you know, after this affidavit came out and Steve Sadow presented it in front of the judge, you know, now we have some questions for you, Fani, right? So what Fani mentioned, she files a response. So her team filed a response to that. And they said that the cell phone tower is semi-accurate because it puts the phone in the area, but does it place the phone on the nightstand? Does it? So that whole thing was crazy. And you're absolutely right, Penny. She did poke holes in that argument as far as the CellHawk data. But it's crazy because what we are watching before our eyes right now, maybe not CellHawk, but we're watching a phone, like a Verizon expert on the stand right now. So it is interesting. Great observation, Penny. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 5. He says, Queen Yellowbone AV. I want to know, I think the chat wants to know, was that thumbs up because your big toe was being treated like this a spicy Tootsie Pop? I'm so done with you. Green Eyes. He's the jokester of the chat today. He's got the jokes of the day. Funny. You can have your trophy for the day. It's okay. It's all right. But no, there's no one under the desk. Silly. Thank you so much, Green Eggs. I said green eggs. I was thinking about green eggs and ham. Green eyes. Shout out to me getting my revenge. Shout out to Billy with the 2. He says they use CellHawk in Fani's case. Yep. So I just talked about that a little bit. Look at Green Eyes back again with the 5. He says, hold the F on. Hilton finally took out them wet wig braids, went across the hall with Pam and Gina to Shanae's spot and got her hair done right. I mean, it looks nice. It's a different look. She got the braids taken out. Definitely got the braids taken out, you know, so quite a bit of you guys have noticed that. Thank you so much. Green Eggs. Oh, Green Eyes. Thank you. Shout out to Frank with the 2 says RICO must be with lead. AV, is lead okay? Yeah, he's fine. He's just taking some time off of YouTube. If you guys want more information, you can go to his community tab. I think he had mentioned something about it there, but he's been super vocal that he's going to be taking some time off, both when I've been co-hosting with him and all those things. But yeah, I check in on him all the time. So He'll be all right. He will be all right. And you guys will see him again soon. But instead, the show must go on. He usually pops in here from time to time, so you might see him in the chat while he's taking his break. So you will see him again soon. Thank you so much, Frank. Shout out to Candy with the 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Appreciate you, Candy. Always good to see you when you're here, and always good to have you as a sister value part of the community in the chat. Shout out to Christy, who has been a member for a month. Christy says, enjoying the channel, AV. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad that you're liking the content. A lot of work goes into this. You know, like, I'll be honest, like sometimes I get really tired. Like yesterday, I was trying to finish recording this video, and then all this news kept coming out about Lil D's arrest, everything that was happening with Woody. So once you think you're done with the video, you're like, damn it, now I got to go add these updates in. So we are cooking up a video for y'all and an audience poll on some of the next pieces of content for our members. We always have you guys weigh in. So we have 3 ideas that are ready. I just want to run it by y'all to see which one you want to see first. So know that you're going to get a poll from us in the next 24 hours. Shout out to Rockin' Robin with the 20, says, this is for the money. UT took, oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Rockin' Robin. Yeah, we had an incident last week that I'm done talking about, quite frankly, but that is what's going on. So here's what we'll do, guys. Since they are on this longer break, I am going to bring us to the joint motion that Brian filed this morning. And then when they get back from break, we will get right back into the courtroom. So let's take a look at this. This is filed this morning, and they want to exclude evidence. So comes now, Young Thug et al., hereinafter the defense, by and through their undersigned respective counsel, and hereby file this joint motion to exclude evidence in the above referenced case. In support of this motion, the defense shows as follows. 1, the defense respectfully requests that this honorable court exclude photographs in a Dropbox of Antonio Sumlin for the reasons set forth below. So it looks like they're trying to get some pictures excluded from evidence, right? And I'm just going to here and there check the other tab to make sure the court is not back. And as of now, they're not back yet. So first thing, there's photos 4 through 9 of 36. So there's 36 pictures altogether. They want these 5 out, based upon the fact that an unrelated firearm should not come into evidence pursuant to this statute, 3 statutes. All right. Second, they want 3 more photos taken out because show a red bandana are all cumulative, and hence only 1 photograph should be admitted if it passes this statute. And this looks like it was something that happened on Friday. It says, as ordered by this honorable court on Friday, September 13, the defense is not targeting any body camera or recorded jail calls contained in this portion of discovery that is being analyzed, as the prosecution was ordered to satisfy which part of each body camera and recorded jail calls the state wishes to introduce into evidence to present to the jury. Then the defense will voice objections, if any, to those segments. If this honorable court desires otherwise, please advise that the defense will follow this honorable court's order instanter, meaning immediately. Now, let me just point something out. You see that this was filed this morning. That means it was drafted over the weekend. And let me scroll up so y'all can see the stamp up here. It was e-filed this morning at 8:24 a.m. You want to know what's so cool about that? The defense followed instructions. They got their documents in on time. Miss Love showed up to court this morning. And what was the first thing Judge Whitaker asked her? Did you guys file your paperwork? All the things I asked you to do this weekend? What do y'all think the answer was? Big fat no. They did not do it. They didn't finish it. They didn't file it on time. So then she says to Miss Love, okay, well, guess what? You're going to have to get this information filed by noon, right? We want it during lunch, and we did not see that. So I wonder if that is why the jury was let out early today. You know, it's 3:20, so they went home around 3 o'clock. I know that they are happy because they're like, this is amazing, you know? Shenanigans. So shout out to Brian and team for getting this filed on time. All right, that being said, let's go back to this document and see what else they have here. So it looks like they want some photographs taken out. Photographs 10 through 36, that's a big portion, are purported to be Mr. Sumlin's body with artwork. and some are cumulative and hence prejudicial, if relevant at all. Thus, the defense asks the same be limited if there are any admitted. So 36 pictures, they want a lot of them taken out, and that's what we see there. So 2, what else do they want? The defense objects to the following evidence related to Ms. Latner's purported testimony being admitted at trial. So Ms. Latner's was the 911 person that we saw last week. Y'all remember that? The stream that got me in trouble, allegedly? Here we go. So the first thing that they're saying is Ms. Latner's March 13th, 2022 report and 911 call from caller Tiffany violates the confrontation clause as well as hearsay as communication is not concerning an ongoing emergency. So they are objecting to that phone call coming in. Next, there's another report on 1882. And it reads user Chris Butler as the same is supposed to be images of a license plate reader and are not self-authenticating and adds additional information that is used for the prosecution. Thus, it also violates the confrontation clause without proper witness being able to be cross-examined by the defense. So they're having issues with some of these reports that are coming in. Just check the courtroom. They're not back yet. Next, there's an SOL channel pursuit. The defense objects to the admission of this file in its entirety, as same is it's cumulative as the officers involved with this incident will presumably testify at trial. In the alternative, if this audio file is admitted, the defense specifically objects to playing of this audio from the first minute and 30 seconds and timestamp at 15:10, which deal with a different issue involving an animal. What the hell? And hence must be excluded pursuant to these 4 statutes. Moreover, the defense objects to references of a possible 69. What? At approximately 13:30 and 13:45, as same as is a testimonial statement in violation of the confrontation clause. Crawford is an important case. It says Crawford Supra. So I think that is one of the cases involved with the confrontation clause that we use here in the United States. Additionally, at 11:30, there are 2 references to both subjects being armed and dangerous, and same must be excluded under these 2 statutes as it violates the bad character evidence. Check in the courtroom. They're not back yet. At 12:22, there's a reference to one person throwing a bag. And at 12:45, there's a discussion about whether said bag was located. I think they mean where said bag was located. This is testimonial and violates the confrontation clause. Wow, they really don't want this audio in. At 13:05, there's a reference to Mr. Shannon Silwell, which is testimonial and violates the confrontation clause. At 12 and thereafter, this audio must be excluded because the ongoing emergency was over as law enforcement apprehended the suspects. 3, Act number 124 for Mr. Sumlin, ending in C6DF, if admissible, needs to be redacted as same is redundant. The defense position is that the purported exhibit must be excluded under these 4 statutes. So the other cool thing that the defense tends to do is they will file these motions together. So this was something that came up in Friday's meeting or Friday's administrative day. And I'm checking the courtroom. They're not back yet. The defense team worked over the weekend to get this jointly filed this morning. So they did their homework on time, but Ms. Love was not able to do that. Next, for 4, they want some acts for Mr. Sumlin. Are photographs purported to be shirtless images of Mr. Sumlin displaying tattoos, which is a cumulative of previous photographs that the state wishes to admit into evidence at the trial of the case in violation of these statutes. If this honorable court admits that act over objection, the defense asks for the statement, chasing that money, but my past chasing me, to be excluded from coming into evidence against the criminally accused on trial, as same does not further any supposed conspiracy under this statute. Check in the courtroom. They're not back yet. Why is all of this important? What the defense team is doing for us, and you could see that, and we're only on page 4, is they're trying to reduce the amount of freaking evidence or, unnecessary evidence that the state is trying to introduce. We know you guys saw the mechanic guy from last week, or the person that worked at the Infinity dealership. Why he was on the stand? Oh my God, I don't know. I really don't. I really don't think that helped at all. But what they're trying to do is reduce the amount of redundancy, reduce the amount of evidence, and reduce the unnecessary testimony. So the defense team is working hard to find things that violate the confrontation clause. And I can start explaining that to you guys as well in a few minutes. But a lot of this argument is centered on the confrontation clause, not back in the courtroom yet. 5, the defense respectfully requests any and all commentary be removed from Act 153, 12, 29, 2021. This looks like it's a file that's located in this Sumlin folder. Next, the next act is cumulative to a video that the state is attempting to admit into evidence, and supposed statements by Mr. Sumlin on the bottom do not further the conspiracy under this statute. Moreover, Act 75 replay is the video of Act 73 E55 with audio, and hence it should not be admitted into evidence if the replay is admitted into evidence as same is cumulative. So basically what Brian and team are saying is like, there's a lot of stuff that is repetitive. We don't need it. Moreover, this purported exhibit is on loop and should not be played more than once, if admitted over objection. Also, the defense respectfully requests the removal of Mr. Sumlin's writing. So whatever that is, whatever piece of evidence that is, it has his writing on it. And if it is a video, the video is being played on loop, and they're asking that it just be played once, right? Reasonable. 7, Act 171, there are 2 charts that appear to have been made by an unknown party detailing supposed phone calls and their duration. And unless the foundation could be shown that there are the original records from which these summaries were made, the defense objects. If admitted over objection, this summary chart should not be permitted into the jury deliberation room based on the continuing witness rule, as well as it's not original evidence, but is testimony. So something else that they want removed. Let's keep going. The 8th thing, the defense objects to an audio call located under this file name, which contains Christian Eppinger and an unknown female under these statutes. In a balancing test, it's a waste of time. Shout out to y'all with 403. A waste of time, confusion of the issues, prejudices substantially outweighs any probative value. 9, the defense also objects to texts regarding Lucci based upon hearsay, relevance, and confusion of issues and cumulative. So they put all their statutes there that it violates. Check in the courtroom, nothing yet. Going to 10, the defense objects to the audio file labeled October 17th in this folder labeled Freddie Whetstone. What it is it's an interview with Freddie Whetstone. That's an interesting name, which consists of the content of Mr. Whetstone's interaction with law enforcement. Same must be excluded as it violates the confrontation clause and hearsay under Crawford. Let's go to 11. The defense objects to the admission of a report packet dated March 13th, written by Officer Steve Data? How would y'all say this? Dadia, I think. As same, it's same as a confrontation clause violation, as well as hearsay, as it is not dealing with the ongoing emergency, but the report of a past crime. So that also goes to Crawford. Check in the courtroom. They're not back yet. Going to 12, the defense objects to the August 16th, 2022 report authored by Officer Alice Anderson, as well as saying that it's a violation of the confrontation clause, as well as hearsay, as it is not an ongoing emergency, but a report of a past crime. Omission of this report would be a violation of Crawford and Pitts. So we see that. 13, the defense objects to S. Davis crime scene report, As same is a confrontation clause violation. It should not be introduced into evidence or shown to the jury without the witness present for cross-examination. I see what they're saying. So there are some of these pieces of evidence that are, one, very duplicative of other things that have already come in. But what they're trying to do is attempt to introduce certain pieces of evidence, like some of these reports that other people wrote, but they're not in as witnesses. So it violates the confrontation clause because you, as a defendant or the defense team, you cannot question them about this report. And it sounds like they are back. That's a movement in the courtroom, but we'll keep reading that later if we need to kill some time on breaks. But really, that was filed this morning by Team Stale. They just want to make sure that there's not any repetitive stuff in there. So I wonder what they were doing on the break. Interesting. Somebody said tequila time. Let's go Falcons. What football team y'all got money on this year? I'm a Pats fan. Who do y'all have? We see Falcons in here. But I don't know. We lost Tom. It's never been the same. Before we lost Tom Brady, we were like, it was amazing. Like Boston sports fans, like we just loved everything.
I've got these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it, but some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the thing
And
down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start with whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he
He
wasn't.
won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did not
Oh.
plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay.
indictment.
All right, great. Then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes.
I may have misunderstood Miss Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications,
Mhm.
I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that,
saying
or did I mishear you?
That's the whole point of that. No, the whole point was to provide plea negotiations.
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mr. Shar, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen.
That's what I just showed y'all.
The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. That one added column is.
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
And so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M.
So
So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
All right.
added those.
let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them
Yep.
to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we published this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D&M?
Other than D&M. So
And so y'all are gonna withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over 2 columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
Or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document.
Yeah, so if y'all are I said that wrong. Actually, what Max is talking about is the Verizon woman that was just on the stand. We saw that they were screen sharing an Excel sheet. What happened, and this already went in front of the jury. There is a column that somebody from the DA's office added. They added it and it wasn't the original piece of evidence. So the evidence was altered and now Max does not want it in. And of course, we see Simone scrambling and scraping for a reason why it should be included, or I think that they're going to revise it or something like that. But it was still shown in front of the jury. Let's keep going.
And replace it with the right. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen
cell site, yes.
Okay. Okay, let's try to be a little bit more careful, please.
Yes, and we will, Your Honor, yes.
Anything else on that?
I mean, it's not that this is correct. We do expect the evidence will come out that these are Demise McMullen
Okay.
records, but we will make sure it is the right records.
Okay, and actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great. But that just reminded me, we've had 2 sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom reviewed 127 pictures on the stand. And they actually did that pretty fast. But is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to when we're talking about, the actual people that took the photos, who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection? And this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you reviewed them outside everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos, they'd actually initialed every one of, like, they had reviewed.
Right,
all
but
of
when
them.
they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just review, you just now reviewed these outside, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're going to do it again. But anybody have a problem with us, maybe like cutting out a minute or 2 here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, from on, and maybe it'll save us a day or something. I don't know. Okay. All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Ms. B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And then the other thing, just for, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness.
Wow.
I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that one second, let me confirm something real quick.
Okay. So this is I don't know if it's because I closed it too far, but it's like 9 years on. If it closes all the way, does it like disappear?
It's a very loud whisper.
Thank you. It's just
That, and Your Honor, we can evaluate that.
Okay.
And
all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think, I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses, there may be
Okay.
a need to bring in.
Oh, yes. Right. Thank you. Okay. So yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to
Miss
not
Bees,
Bell?
no, Miss,
Okay.
it was Officer Hill.
Was it Officer Hill? I don't think so. I think it was before that. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Who the neighbor was, who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections, and I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. and now the state needs to bring in 1 or 2 or 3 more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you going to make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand. So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing
Okay.
right there. We had provided a list that had people that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if there are certain objections, they're just certain that are
Okay.
sustained.
So, yeah, maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to XYZ. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let.
Real quick interruption, guys. And again, shout out to Thugger Daily, because sometimes he tweets things that I miss and I like to just watch it. So about 2-3 minutes ago, we heard the judge talking about a witness that wanted to make it clear that they weren't a victim. That was also discussed during the lunch break. So there is a witness that is, was under the impression that the judge is forcing her to testify, and that's not the case. But at the same time, the state is forcing these people to testify. So one, Whitaker mentioned, okay, please clear that up. Like, it is not me forcing them to testify, but rather the state is compelling people to testify, right? The other thing is that the witness didn't want to be referred to as a victim. And I believe this is, you remember the officer that was the second officer, Hill. He was testifying about an apartment. And these were the pictures that we couldn't see. There was an apartment that was also shot up. And I believe this is the at least the lessee or the person that was renting that apartment at the time. So just a little bit of clarity there. Just wanted to bring you guys up to speed, but let's keep going.
Let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're going to make the objection, that's fine. Y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know. Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Shana, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if you want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now or
I
later.
don't know. I think, were y'all going to get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And you're not ready on
No,
that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right,
Okay. And do we know when they're going to be, this week, a month from now?
I'm checking because my partner,
Is
not
that
the
where in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our.
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said hurt their back?
There were 2, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back.
Thorpe.
And obviously the other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
Right. Yeah, so.
We
right.
know who y'all
So
talking about.
there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
They may get moved.
Okay.
We also we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay, so I guess maybe just let us know first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
All right, and with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was gonna give me something. Are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief, we have to file the brief,
Okay.
but we have the brief written, yes.
Okay, okay.
And let's see what else. And I think that we are. Let's see what else we did.
Yes, Danielle. Love does not want us to know who she's talking about. It's probably for security reasons. I was thinking,
Counting everything. We're gonna work on these. We are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
Still working
paring
on
that
that.
down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that,
Okay.
like what is in and what's out for those, maybe just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
the only thing I changed, shout out to Jay in here, Jalen. Nobody's locked out. You guys haven't been locked out. The only people that are not able to chat are those that are not subscribed. So guess what? You watching my channel and you're not subscribed? Really? Do some of y'all do that? Hit the subscribe button. It's easy. It's free. I'm not even asking you to hit the like button. That is crazy. Y'all are crazy. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a few people say it today, but that's the only feature I have changed today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, Jalen, I could see you're chatting, so it works. You scared me for a second there. Jalen, sorry, I think I said your name wrong. But there are, guys, I did get a few comments today. I put it on subscribers only. And a few people are like, how come I can't
Your Honor,
chat?
Yes.
because of that need to rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So we are, first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in, but it is likely that we will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because-
So yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and we're
assume- do you know which kind of set of acts you're going to go to?
they're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
Can you let them know by like 8 o'clock tonight?
yes, as
If
long as
it's
we
not
can.
the people you put on before, like who you think it is going to be?
Yes, and yes, we need to
Okay.
find out. We really need to find out one status of one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses.
We can do that.
Appreciate that. Okay.
So we know that the apartment lady didn't want to testify, Little D didn't want to testify, Woody didn't want to testify.
So are
Mookie
there
didn't
other
wanna
matters
testify.
that we can deal with?
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and deal with potential evidentiary issues,
Delegate.
right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably the one that's going to be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon, though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to deal with some evidentiary issues. Okay?
I'll say this, and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele files after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need the opportunity to look through
Yeah.
that
Yes.
filing, and we can work through that.
Okay. You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay, yeah, anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay.
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
Right.
The last witness said that column in 1TT, she could not verify its accuracy, and she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just wanted to give you, if you want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases, but that will be an objection. And that was preserved, I know, by, we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
whether everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything, it
That's
would,
my
that objection, there wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth. Is
Yeah.
that right?
And you blacked out. This honorable court ordered it blacked out. So there's no, I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just
Okay.
saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text messages.
All right. And do y'all want to respond right now or at all, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document, but the document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column, but it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes. When I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the record is what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
Is what Verizon has.
is what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding that she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets, because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She would, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about. Does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Miss Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was
Right.
on direct.
And then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon, that comes from the switch/network, essentially. So
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
yes.
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
No, I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you, is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to essentially the kind of thing I understood it to be, not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that witness.
I mean, apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
Well, I
know
don't,
that.
no, I did not, I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation before this honorable court for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor, I believe that argument would go to weight and admissibility. She said that these are the records that Verizon gets. These are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records.
Y'all
And it
add
was properly authenticated because there was no authentication objection at the
Wow.
time in which the records were tendered and admitted.
Stop. Freeze. You know that Simone does that. She freezes.
And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe, in 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are authenticated.
And I really do think that if there was gonna be an authentication objection to that column, even, that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, you know, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
You know what? Technically, she's not wrong, and technically Steele's not wrong. Because, you know, once a document, and we've been watching it happen for weeks, you know, to get something even in evidence that we talk about, it starts like this. Here's the document, put it in front of the person. Is it accurate? Is it depicted the way that it purports to be? Technically, they should have had that document because they do get to see it. Simone did bring it over to them. The objection should have happened right there. Now, the issue that the judge is saying is like, you should have said it in that moment, even though you brought it up on cross Steele, you should have brought it up in that moment. So technically, they're both kind of right because the document was morphed. It was changed. It was a column was added. And then there was this other column he was asking her about, but it seems like someone else on the defense team objected, but they didn't. They said relevance instead of, you know, I object to the authentication. Now, Max did that after the jury was dismissed. He did mention that it was altered, it was changed, right? But we'll see how this comes out. But we know she's gonna side of the state.
I'll look at a waiver issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, you know, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench, and then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out, and now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion. And
they may not be able to. I'm just saying, you know, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect, and I don't believe that that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But
With an
you
X.
can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Yeah, I believe she did. I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record, from the switch. So this is,
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
you're right, I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return, but Again, she confirmed that the records that are entered are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon wireless custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, but I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no,
Right.
because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If there's a challenge to the content,
I
then
mean, I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying it's, I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then it's essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. But I think that that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
You're right,
Yeah.
the jury already
And
saw
I mean,
it.
if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else today? No? All right. Okay. So we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, please continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All right, I'll see y'all then.
Whew.
Did the court give you till in the morning to, so you wanted these
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first thing in the morning, I mean 8:45.
All right, court is adjourned for the day. Oh my God, this one was hard. This one was hard. Wow, what do y'all think? I mean, the whole thing with Lil D, I think, is the news of the day. You know, we did get a chance to take a look at some of the other witnesses, so that was pretty interesting. But I do think that that is the biggest concern of the day, because Lil D has some information, but it sounds like there's a repetitive habit of the prosecution letting witnesses know that they're needed last minute and putting them on the stand against their will. Now, it's a little different for Lil D compared to Woody, because with Woody, he had immunity, right? So he was not allowed to plead the fifth. In Lil D scenario, it's a little bit different. He can. And his sister told us that in that letter. So if you guys are watching this on replay, my replay crew, what I'm going to do, you guys know I like to chop up the timestamps, have this nice, tight, and organized. I'm going to break out the sections of the day so you can go to that letter portion and check that out. Several things that are going on, right? We have a few videos in production right now. I'm going to finish us off with some super chats and get something to eat because your girl is hungry. I think we just have a few. Shout out to Audrey with the $4.99. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Audrey. Shout out to I'm a fan with the 5. I'm a fan says, AV, what position could the state put the judge in to the point where she has no choice but to declare a mistrial at this stage in the trial? I mean, I'm a fan. I don't know. We've seen Brady violations. We've seen outright disrespect. We've seen putting witnesses on the stand against their will. I don't know. I really, you know what? I really don't know. I mean, the thing is with Whitaker, she wants this case to move forward. There have been many mistakes that the prosecution has made, but I don't know if it gets worse than this. It is likely to continue to be a train wreck. Shout out to Jalen with the 2, says, can you let us back in? Sorry about that, Jalen. I gave you a little bit of a hard time, but don't worry. We all family here. We love you. We love you. So don't worry. Thank you so much. Shout out to Miss Butterfly with the 5. She says, what the F is Whitaker laughing at? This is a serious situation. I bet the entire courthouse hates Miss Love, especially her colleagues. She can be rude to them. We've seen it. We've seen some of the micro expressions at the table. And now Miss Love, whenever she wants to have a bench conference, notice those are not televised anymore. They're not. So super, super interesting. All right, y'all, let me come to my Cash App crew. See, I haven't read a single one for the day. So I'm going to come to all of you guys from the entire day. First up, we have Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 20. He says, Irish coffee, mama. It's Monday. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking, your stream sponsor. Shout out to Giselle with the 5, says, super proud of you, AV. Keep doing your thing, girl. Thank you so much. We work hard over here. And like I said, I think I'm really starting to understand the direction and shape of where I want to take this channel, but also the business opportunities outside of YouTube too. So I'm really excited. And, you know, when y'all fund this mission, it really means more than you know for both me and for the people that are helping me get it done. So thank you so much. Shout out to Virginia with the 10. She says, congrats on 50K. Thank you, Virginia. Upward and onward. And I've discovered that so many people watch me and they're not subscribed. Can you believe that? What a revelation. Thank you so much, Virginia. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 10. Mango Gelato says, thanks for your great commentary. Thank you, Mango Gelato, for always being here and watching and joining us every day. Shout out to Liz with the $1. She says, Bumpus just showed everyone why you shouldn't hire her. Oh, what happened? I haven't been able to check out what was going on. Are you talking about the Woody thing? Let me know. Let me know. Shout out to IBC, who hit me up on Venmo and sent me the link to the Black Law Students Twitter, and I was able to kind of decipher what was going on during the lunch break. Thank you so much, IBC. Shout out to House of Brands Design Agency. They sent $10 and they said, thanks it's for the grind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, House of Brands. I think that's all I have for my Cash App Venmo crew. And we have a few late bloomers over here. Shout out to Kushi with the 2, says Whitaker is looking like Glanville by the end of the day. I mean, there is, if you really think about it though, I didn't think she was going to side with Brian, but now she instructed Simone to bring that witness back. So it's a pain in the ass to come back for one question. But guess what? That was actually a win for the defense. Shout out to the defense team. Thank you so much, Kushi. And then lastly, shout out to Kelly, who became a member. Welcome, Kelly. Really, really appreciate you. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining in today. We had a great poll. 71% of you guys think it was wrong for the state to bring in this witness like that under, especially given the circumstances that he's really sick. His family is advocating for this. They know he's really sick, and it's just not a good time. And what the rules are with that sort of thing, right? Shout out to Anthony with the 2 who says, AB, will you have highlights tonight? I stepped away. Yeah, so we're behind. We had one. I had to revise it twice over the weekend because of the Woody news and now the Lil D news. And guess what? We're going to have to fix it again. So that one might be a little bit delayed, but it will probably drop sometime tomorrow. Maybe I'll launch it right after tomorrow's stream or before the stream, depending on how fast my editor can make those changes. So editor number 2 is working on that video. And we still have a whole Rich Homie Quan video that I haven't been able to drop yet. It's like 90% time. So now that we have some extra time, I'm gonna eat and work on those. We still have Moontunk merch that needs to go up. I also have a poll for our members for some of the next pieces of content because we did sit down and meet this weekend and we know what those topics are, but we want you guys to vote first. So thank you so much, everybody, for supporting today's stream. This stream was powered by 2 individuals. One was Full Drinking and Half Thinking. You also, actually 3, you saw the Innocent Bystander channel support the stream as well, giving out 50 memberships. Of course, Miss DC giving out all those memberships as well. She is the best. But thank you guys, all of y'all, for all the support. Stay safe out there. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.